So, good evening. Hello, hello, hello. Hey, Mark. Nice to see you. Lee Aigudevi. Who else do we have here? We got Eagle Motion. Tishke, moin. MAN, nice to see you too. And we have Yoda, lecker. Yoda, have you finished all your tests? Because I'm planning to do another DCS mission soon, so... Club Teak, hello to you as well. Pretty much, yeah, all good. Nice, GG's. Hello to Danny. Good evening, Andreas. Hello, Oliver. Hey, Tango Whiskey Simulations. Good Abend. And Casper. Hello. Nice of you to join. Let me just do a few more things here. I tried to get my Skalaki FCU running, but for some reason I just can't get it to work. I don't know if something changed with an update or something, but yeah, unfortunately.
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box Twitch channel subscriber experience. Could new subscribers please make your way to the first class cabin, where complimentary drinks, snacks and premium flight entertainment will be served. Thank you.
Good afternoon from New York. All the best as always.
Oh, that's really kind. Thanks so much. Oh, hang on. Where's my applause? I'll just start that. Cactus683, nice to see you. Greetings to New York. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for your support, my friend. Thank you. What's the weather like in New York? Here, I think spring is finally around the corner. Finally. It's taking so long, so... And Murnur, hello. Cyprus, hello. So let me see if that works now. Yeah, there we go. Big round of applause for the support. So, let me get into the sim here, and while we're here, let me just get the jetway connected. Request jetway.
Welcome
cloudy yesterday. Drop back in the 30s. Okay, well, it's cold still.
Subscribers, please make your way to the first class cabin, where complimentary drinks, snacks and premium flight entertainment will be served. Thank you.
Haha, Mark, I knew you would like it, yeah. Speedbird. And we have Depechi coming in as well. Thank you so much, Depechi, for 54 months. That's a long time. Soon I've watched more years of Black Box than I've been at school. Always thank you, Captain. Thank you so much, Depechi, for the kind words. That's really kind. Thank you, thank you. I hope you're doing well. Fly Sky, hello to you as well. Right, I have to get my...
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box Twitch channel subscriber experience. Could new subscribers please make your way to the first class cabin, where complimentary drinks, snacks and premium flight entertainment will be served. Thank you.
So, I guess we just have to get used to the fact...
I've watched more years of Black Box than being in school. As always, thank you, Captain.
Thank you so much. That's the words from Depechi. And the Krishu, thank you for 13 months as well. The Krishu, I hope you're doing well. Thank you, guys. Let me go log on to vPilot. So, it shouldn't be too busy right now here at Paris. So, a speedboat 42 Delta. So.
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box YouTube channel subscriber experience. Could new subscribers please make their way to the first class cabin, where complimentary drinks, snacks and premium flight entertainment will be served. Thank you.
Christmas soon. It is, right? Thank you so much. Yoda, thanks for the 14 months. Thank you. DSP Sim, you're late? No, you're not late. No, don't worry about it. We are just about to start now. We are on real time.
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box Duo channel experience. Could new subscribers please make their way to the first class cabin, where complimentary drinks, snacks and premium flight infotainment will be served. Thank you.
And Cameron,
just started flight school.
Oh, nice.
You've given me so much inspiration in these difficult times. My goodness, it's hard.
Oh, Cameron, thank you so much for the kind words, and I wish you all the best for your career, all the best for your training. That's really kind. Thank you so much, Cameron. All the best. MCK, bonsoir. Comment ça va? Cameron, thank you. MAN, what do you mean? So where am I supposed to be? I can still change, MAN. Let me know where I'm supposed to be, then I'll hop over. Why am I not on 50 FPS? Why isn't that working? It's kind of weird. It shows me that I've got 100 FPS. Doesn't make sense, really. Hey Lilo, hey, how you doing? You're looking forward to the 22nd of April for the A320 showcase. Well, yeah, I'm always you know, happy to see new developments, new sims, and I have to say things have quietened down a bit, haven't they? So it's somewhat strange to have a period where, you know, things have changed in the sense of new flight sims, new add-ons, but right now there's not much happening, is there? Right, I'm just trying to mess about with my settings here, but I can't get it to... I can't get it to work with the VSync. Echo. Okay, I mean, let me just try that. Let me just go and close the sim again. Because I do want to have that VSync working. Right. Why FSLabs today? Well, FSLabs, they talked about some things they try to get working, and so I was kind of just you know, monitoring that in the background, and then not much has happened over the last couple of weeks, and then because one of the things I kind of missed was the Navigraph integration into the EFB, and so now it's working. So there must have been an update. Yeah, there we go. So 23rd of March, there was an update. So let me just read that. So Lefteris wrote, I'm happy to announce that the latest update for the libraries, Spotlight, and the A320X product family for P3D version 4, version 5 is now live and available through the experimental channel through the FSLabs control center only. So the experimental channel only. So next question is, what was changed? Let me just go back to Paris. And MAN said I should be Echo 17 or Echo 23. Roger that. So is that on the south side? Echo 23. I've got Echo... I don't have 23. I can do 17. Right, if that's still free... Alright, there we go. Okay, so I'll join on Echo 17 then. Roger. This long-awaited update restores compatibility with Navigraph charts through the EFB. It also brings full capability with 8.33 kilohertz VHF communications. They were working only some of the time before. Okay, there we go. So it's a small update only, really. Nothing major. Right, thank you for the hype train. Thanks for the level 3 hype train. That's amazing. Thank you so much for the support.
You need to start the engines to request ground services.
Right. So let me go panel states, and then let's go back to on GPU. They changed the sounds a bit, really? You notice the bump sounds when you roll over the runway centerline lights are different. So do you hear that, MCK? Oh, well, I mean, you're musical, so you play the piano, right? So I guess your hearing is a lot better than mine. Well, I mean, you play the piano, right? So I would say you are a musician. Not professional, but... Oh, no. No! I don't want... No! Why? You've got to be kidding me. What's the matter? You're not 53, I know that, yeah. I know that. Why is the jetway not working? For crying out loud. They're on strike, yeah. Hey Christian, how you doing? Right, well that's strange. Is that too far out? Man, I'd hate to not have jetways. Right, we've got a bit of time. I need to mess about a bit with the... What do you mean no jetways? Parking has one jetway. Oh no. Don't create jetways. Apply. So try that. Then I want to go and put the aircraft forward a bit. Let's just put it here. And let's try again. Yeah, let me just see why it... Operate jetways. Dock. Confirm. Ha-ha! Ha-ha! You see? Now that's how pros do it. There you go. GG. Man, I'm happy I got the jetway working. Nice. So let's see. Questions. Ayush, hello to you. Hello, Black Box. Hope you are fine. Yes, I'm doing very well. I had a very, very lovely rotation. I was in Jordan, or Jordan. Yeah, Jordan, I would say in English. So I've been near Amman. We did a huge tour. Petra, the desert. So the... my brain today. Wadi Rum. There we go. Wadi Rum Desert. Jordanian. Yeah, Wadi Rum Desert, which was absolutely amazing. No, I've not been to Bucharest yet. It's end of the month more. So that was extremely, extremely impressive. Hey, Edgy, how you doing? So yeah, doing fine. So I have a doubt. On the A320 ZEO, while traveling, I noticed that PTU kicks in while retracting the extended landing gear. Is that OEB? No. So that's not OEB. It'll happen because the green system is the largest hydraulic system. And when you retract the landing gear, a huge amount of green hydraulic fluid is needed for that. And so to avoid the pressure dropping, the PTU will kick in to assist. So the PTU will take the yellow pressure to support the green pressure. That's just the way it is. So yeah, you do hear the PTU kick in. That is normal. There's nothing wrong with that. Is the Lufthansa OFP... Yeah, also MCK, correct. So also what you notice is that initially the green volume, so the reservoir quantity will be a little bit lower after the landing gear has retracted, but it'll continue to go down as the liquid cools down, and so the quantity indication will go down due to cold soak during the flight. So in Simbrief is the Lufthansa OFP Simbrief exactly the same? Well, it's pretty close. I wouldn't say exactly the same, Oliver, because things have changed at Lufthansa with regards to the OFP. Let me just see if I can show you that here. Let me start SimToolkit Pro. Diego, hello. You mean taxing in, Diego? I would be very surprised if you hear the PTU kick in on the taxi out, unless they're doing single engine taxi. So it can happen on taxi in. Hey Groovy Bear, how you doing? But normally on taxi out, both engines running, I would not expect the PTU to kick in. So let's see. Fly now. Connect. And we'll refresh. There we go. So we got overlay working. Fantastic. So let me go ahead and try, first of all, to load in the OFP. Oh, hang on. Let me just do that first here. MCDU. Sorry, I've not been in the FSLabs for quite some time again, which is a shame, but let me go in it and then init request. Yeah, for Ostend. Yeah, it is. Yeah, for Ostend. It's Easter time, so... Hey, Dan, how you doing? And Edgy, yeah, welcome. So there we go. So we got a very short flight time. However, the controllers will come in a little bit later. So that's the flight plan. Now let's keep the fingers crossed. Ooh. Oh, look at that. We've got some friends joining. One engine out. And I think MAN. Is that you, MAN, there to the right of me? And I would normally expect this to be Mark. Although this could be MCK as well. Because MCK said he's going to fly along as well. Maniti, hello to you. How are you doing? And where do you put the SimBrief ID? Oh my god. Kitman! You the Air France? Is that you then? Yeah, that's the one then. You're the right at the end. Kitman! Oh my god, let's just wait for the jingle. Oh, you're at stand 21. Let me just see where that is. Hold on. 21. So I'm 17. That's you then. Ah, Kipton, of course. Yes, of course. Flying the Gull to one engine out livery. Kitman. I'm just waiting. There we go.
Autopilot. Autopilot.
Kitman, thank you so much for the €20 donation. That is extremely generous. Thank you for that. Good evening to you. And I hope you're doing well, Kitman. What do you mean minus 27 degrees? Huh? Do you mean plus 27 degrees or what? Yeah, exactly. That's text to gate, Charlie Goal. Yeah, affirm. So, in case we are wondering where we are, well, actually, I'm wondering where I am. I can't remember ever being... Oh, okay, so that's there. Ah, okay, so Terminal 1 is over here. Blimey. Plus 27. Why is it so hot in your room? Man, I don't know why my VSync doesn't work today. That's really annoying. Options, graphics. Let me just see why. VSync is on. Let's try that.
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box Twitch channel subscriber experience. Could new subscribers please make your way to the first class cabin, where complimentary drinks, snacks and premium flight entertainment will be served. Thank you.
It's just so strange.
This stream is pure nostalgia right now. As always, enjoying the stream.
Thank you so much, Flight Sim Dad, for the kind words and the 30 months of support. Thank you very much for that. And Fly Sky is next to me. So you're the 319 British Airways. So you're this one here then. Copy that. Nice. Cool. Yeah, and I did choose the 319 today because I wanted to see... I couldn't remember if they actually had the EFB in it. And it does, right? So, yeah, so I was just about to say regarding the OFP layout. So we don't have this layout anymore completely like it. So we have something... some changes. So we have, for example, instead of extra fuel, we have discretionary fuel now. And there's also changes to the fuel calculations and the requirements for alternate planning minimas. But I'm not going to bore you with that. No, so MCK they planned to do that, but they had to delay that because of some issues with the software. But that comes more from EASA, so they have to change that. So all airlines in Europe have to change that layout or that planning minima stuff. So that comes to everyone. But yeah, the time frame just changed a bit for us. So literally, it's been in like 3 weeks now. So I need to sign in again. Come on. I've had the issue before. That's really annoying. Yeah, so MCK, what they did, they initially put it through, and then they realized that something's not correct, and so they went back to the old format. So I guess you kind of were right at the moment when they tried to change it. So for a couple of days it was a new format, and then they took it back again because of the issues. Right, why is that not working, for crying out loud? Let me just try that again. Try and click it. Has anybody else got the problems here with that? So I'm trying to click on that and I can't sign in. So I open up another page and then it works? Why is that? How weird. So I just need to sign in. I need to hide the screen. So I don't see my stuff here. Aha, there we go. So we'll import from SimBrief. Let's import that. So Toby says, very annoying, these changes. You're studying for the ATPL flight planning exams, and we basically have to memorize both the old and... That's really, you have to... Oh, wow, I do feel for you. Because, quite honestly, the new rules are an absolute nightmare. No joke. They are a nightmare. And I've heard a lot of pilots complain about them. So literally, there is... I mean, maybe MCK would memorize everything, but quite honestly, for the old people like me, I need to kind of do a very basic... yeah, exactly. Type A, Type B category airports. So 250 feet decision height, If you're above that, it's category A. If you're below that, for the approaches, you have a category B. The problem is that the minimas depend on if you have like 2B approaches. So runways with B approach, if you like, and then it could be sometimes that if you only select one runway, a type B, you may have better minimums than with the 2 runways. So Frankfurt, for example, or Hanover or something, you know, even London Heathrow. It's just so weird with all these different minimas depending on your run or the airport layout and the approach type layout. And then imagine you read through the NOTAMs, and then it says ILS runway such and such INOP, right? You have to, or let's say the decision height is changed on one of the approaches, meaning if you kind of miss that on the NOTAM, you could already get into trouble for then using the wrong minimas. So it's really, really, really complex. I don't know, it's really a pain in the neck. Exactly, MCK. So it's quite common to have, you know, these short-term changes and approach minimas, etc., etc. So cool. Right, so we got everything running now, which is lovely. I love that layout. So let's go to the OFP. What are we doing today? We've got 0 fuel weight, 57. Planned takeoff fuel is 5.2 block, 5 tons takeoff fuel. We've got a bit of extra fuel for London, obviously. Let's check the weather. So Heathrow has got, well, northeasterly wind. If we do get control, let's see what kind of runway approach they do. No cloud, 15 degrees, 1021, no SIG. So nice, stable, high pressure area. I've not seen a Tangier arrivals. Blimey, how did I miss that? No, I've not. No, because we came in from the south. So I haven't seen the Tangier ones. Where are they from? The north or the northwest or something? So yeah, the update has fixed the issue with Navigraph and the EFB. They will replace the rollers. Okay, yeah. So it is from the northwest or the west. Yeah. Okay, roger. Yeah, Gaydon VOR is dead. Yeah, so that's withdrawn completely now. Yeah. Is that the standard Lido layout? No. No, so Oliver, the Lido is something else completely. Lido is, I mean, I never used Lido in the sense of, so yeah, I know. It's just the way it is. You have lots of different company layouts. I'm pretty sure that Eurowings will have a different one. Yeah, Christian. Yeah. Yeah, lots of changes coming. Yeah, and where people don't have the actual updated versions. Yeah, I would imagine so. Yeah, you know, all these different, even though it's like, you know, one aircraft, one huge company, all different AOCs doing different stuff. So let's just quickly jot through the weather here as well. What's the alternate? Alternate is Stansted. Northwesterly wind. Fuel 4,500, 13 degrees, condition 1021. And they may have some fog tomorrow morning, but doesn't affect us tonight. And presently here we've got northeasterly wind, so it will be an easterly setup when they come online for sure. And we're on the south side here. So we'll see what departure runway we'll get. So 1019, and we do have active sky running. So let's have a look here. So let's set 1019. So, it's going to get dark in a minute, isn't it? Looks like it. So we got 1743, and I did put in a real world time as well. So world time and season. So we've got the 7th of April. So that's all correct, and we got 1735, 36 UTC. That's also perfectly good. Yes, the update was Navigraph integration. MCK said they've changed some sounds, which I would never have recognized, to be fair. And they did state, let me just get the official announcement again. So he said, so Lefteris said, Navigraph charts, compatibility for the 8.33 kilohertz VHF communications. But that's about it. I don't know if anything else has been changed. Have they really? MCK, do you make screenshots before you? How do you recognize that? They made these rounder? Really? Hey Paul, how you doing?
Welcome
and
aboard
Paul,
the
thank you
Captain
so much.
Blackbox Twitch channel subscriber experience. Could new subscribers please make your way to the first class cabin, where complimentary drinks,
I don't know
snacks
how
and
you.
premium flight
I don't know
entertainment
how
will
you
be
seal
served.
these things.
Thank you.
Blimey. Paul Flies, thank you much for the 23 months. I hope you're doing well, Paul. Yeah, so unfortunately, I'm aware of the fact that it's a bit of a shame that the colors during sunset here in P3D are not the prettiest. I think Kitman just tries to rearrange the aircraft. There we go. Right. NOTAMs. Now, this is something I don't know what it is about flight sims and NOTAMs. Normally, I don't check the NOTAMs, but I guess we should. Lol. Hang on. So, fuel supply issues at Paris Charles de Gaulle. Due to technical issues, kerosene stocks at Paris Charles de Gaulle are currently under tension. Well, I would assume it has more to do with the current strike actions in France, right? Not technical. I mean, we've been down to Faro, for example, last week, and I've been to Algiers, and we had really bad slot times. Well, not so much on the Faro flights, but more the Algiers flights. So at one point, we actually had to fly a huge detour to avoid a 2-hour slot delay. So instead of going over Marseille and then down to Algiers, we actually went over Milan, Italy, and then we avoided the French airspace completely, and then went to the coast, and then went along the coastline to Algiers. So yeah, it is something happening at the moment. Oh God, MCK, I hope not. So, taxiway, Whiskey Tank limited to airplanes, max 36 max wingspan, that's fine. Romeo Repair Works, mobile cranes, trigger NOTAM, Romeo Repair Works, orange and blue axis pivoted with wingspan more than 36 meters. So 6 X-rays on these routes not available. There we go. So we'll see. All right, cool. Heathrow. So mobile cranes. Capacity balancing Tango 5. Capacity is constrained to 44,000 departing passengers. Really? Anybody? MCK? Do you know why why that is. To 44,000 departing passengers. Tango. So this is one of the things I'm sometimes surprised to see in NOTAM. Is it really? So the UK Border Force are on strike as well? Wow. So T5 airlines must deliver passenger numbers to this limit. Blimey. Diego, strike as well. And so, yeah, tankering to Paris. Yeah, well, they must do, yeah. Really? So BA cancelled all the first flights. Okay. Oh, wow. T4 worse. Only 11,000. Blimey. Man, crazy times at the moment. Hey, oh, lol. What? Hang on. What are these NOTAMs? Look at this one. So, pilots are requested. So on these daytimes, well, are they filming James Bond or something again? Pilots are requested not to overfly filming within a 1 mile radius, Globe Theatre, South Bank, Central London, surface to 2,100 feet. Lol. Right, guys. I mean, this is a very nice. Is it Mission Impossible? What? Mission Impossible 25 or something? Yeah, Casper. Yeah, I mean, requested. I mean, you know, airliners won't fly that low. It's more like for helicopters and stuff, I guess. MI7. Really? Mission Impossible 7 now. Jesus. Yeah, I know, Paul, right? That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Exactly. Your chances to become a movie star. Blanche, how you doing? Yeah, right? I mean... Yeah, so these are the NOTAMs sometimes. When I read that, I'm like, you what? You know, why do you bother me with these kind of NOTAMs? Like, seriously. Yeah, exactly, Paul. Right, what's next? Heathrow Airport demand. Capacity balance, terminal security capacity is constrained. Terminal 2, 3, 4, 3rd April and 4th of April. All airlines and these terminals are seated capped at 80% load factor. Man, you know, that is just so frustrating because at the moment with Easter holiday travel, I mean, our load factors are so high. And then you have to cap them at 80%. Wow. Absolute wow. Cranes, capacity balancing. Link 32 closed, okay. Obstacles, mobile crane. Okay, so that's fine. Stansted. 0422 holding point Sierra closed. Cat 3 runway holding points in use due to work in progress. Remote hold request not accepted. Rapid exit Romeo Quebec lead off flights not available. Restrictions. Yeah, lots of building stuff going on. All right. Anyways, so let's have a quick look here at the map. So we are located here, and so normally I'll be parked somewhere here. We're departing to the east, I would imagine. So we will probably get, I guess that's 8 left. So let's have a look at Sid. It's Opale 5 Delta something. So let's have a look here at Opale. All right, here we go again. Sits. Come on. There we go. Opale. There we go. So let's have a look here. So that's wow. Look at that. 5 Lima. All right, that's the one I would expect to get. And we're climbing flight with 100. MCK? No. No. Right. Cool. So let's get the fueling going, shall we? So 5.2 is what we want to have. So let's go connections. Request. Why can't I request the fuel truck? What's happening? Request refueling.
Refueling truck is on its way. Please don't load aircraft until the fuel truck arrives and ask to do it.
What's happening? Hang on, what's happening? What's happening?
Thank you for your kind donation, and please join us on the captain's table.
Oh my god. Wow.
Thanks for the great content. Pod 1098.
Wow. Goosebumps. I am absolutely astonished by this huge donation. 91 euros 65 cents. Well, thank you so much, Pod. These kind of donations make me pretty much speechless. So thank you so much for the amazing generosity to support the channel here. Thank you so much for that. Wow, that is a huge one. 91.65. Thank you. Right, let me just post some emotes for that. Let me take the time.
Fuel truck is in position. Please don't load aircraft until the fuel truck arrives and ask to do it.
Once again, Pod, thank you. Yeah, I know. I assumed that, Pod. So I didn't know what was the base currency. So it was $100. $100. Thank you so much, Pod. That is huge. Thank you so much.
Please use your airplane.
Question from Oliver. He asks, when do engine indications turn from blank yellow to green? So the indications, if you see them like this means that the far deck have powered down.
Twitch channel subscriber experience. Could new subscribers
so alpha engine shutdown, or my MCK knows that, right? 5 minutes. Around about 5 minutes, they power down. So the far decks to.
Good evening.
Wow, my memory. How did I remember that? So 5 minutes, they power down to kind of prevent overheat of the far decks. On my account, I think, especially when it's hot outside. So during flight, it wouldn't be a problem, but I think that is what I remember. Henrik, thank you so much, Henrik, as well, for the 30 months. Good evening. Wow, I'm on edge today. Yoda confirmed. So Yoda, master technician. Yeah. Exactly. So what you can do, so when you have that engine start, you have a partial indication first of all, and then with the N2 12%. Did you remember that, MCK, or did you just look that up? Exactly. So there's another trick. If you want to, so one thing we have, for example, and one issue is that if I go through my preparations and I want to check the oil quantity levels, especially on the NEOs, and I'm pretty sure the IAE would have the same. On the NEOs, for example, you will not have an oil quantity indication. So what you can do is you can go onto the overhead panel, and there's a maintenance panel here. And on the ground, you can actually power them on manually, right? Engine, far deck, ground power. If you do that, you will get at least the EPR, EGT, and all the oil quantity indications and so on. Hey, Franz, good evening. But again, you're not supposed to do that for too long on the ground to prevent overheat damage. There we go. So now, yeah, now they're powered off again. Right. Oh my god, MCK. Yeah, you got me there. So IAE. Oh, man. The problem with that is that you have... I'll look it up. I don't know it off by heart by now. So this is one of the limitation stuff. So we have to have a minimum... I know one is 9. And then you have to have a certain amount for the flight time. So let me have a look. Right, so minimum for the IAE is 11 quarts plus 0.3 per hour. That's correct. I can confirm that. And it's for the CFM is 9.5 plus the estimated consumption. Wow. Yeah. So from real world, and I know that the Neos need about it's about 14 for the 14 quarts, I think, is for the Neos. Yeah, I think it's Neos 14 quarts. And then so when you check the oil quantity, I know that if it gets to 14 or below, I'll check the limitations. But normally, at least at our company, oh nice, the refueling. So at our company, I can actually rely very nicely on maintenance to make sure that they check regularly and then refill. And I have to say, in all the years of flying, I've never had an aircraft that was anywhere close to the minimum oil quantities. Right, so we've already passed some more time, which is good. So in about 10 minutes' time, the ATC should go online, and that means we could start boarding as well. Because fueling is almost finished. So once again, big thank you to Kitman for the €20 donation, and Pod, thank you for the $100 donation. Absolutely incredible. Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, so I'll have to give a big shout out to MCK for all the knowledge he has, because I do know it's really tough trying to remember all these different limitations. That's right. So let's go in it. So we've got that going. So let's go with the wind request here. And then let's look at the OFP. So we expect zero fuel weight of 57.1. So what I normally do in the real aircraft, I'll put in 57.1. I want to put in the block fuel 5.2. And also, while I'm on this page, I go and enter the alternate requirements. So Stansted is the alternate airport. Oop. Wow, they just switched on the lights here. That's nice. So we'll check the alternate fuel is 957 kilograms, so around up to 1 ton. And then once the routing is completed, including the departure and arrival, we have a good cross-check regarding the distance and the alternate fuel values. I'm underfueled? No. Hang on. Oh, hang on. You're right. Has he finished? Oh, he has. Lol, why has he finished on such a low number? GSX, seriously. You had one job. There we go. Now we've got... Yeah, good catch, MCK. Blimey. So we're departing 8 left, and it was the Opali 5 Hotel or 5 Lima. What's the difference between... So Hotel... am I hearing music? I am. Right, weird. But surely there must be something different there. So for flights destination specified airways, Uniform Tango. So that's number 3. So the ball at 3 says via Uniform Tango 421. Which is correct. So, but it doesn't matter then. How weird. Oh, you explained above. Hang on. All right, let me put 5 hotel in there then. So we got all the way to Opale, Kesax, Dimal, Aleso. Aleso, then the arrival into London Heathrow. So we are going to expect 9 left. I will take the 1 hotel via Biggin. Or Biggin Hill. Does that make sense at all? The ATIS should specify. Yeah, normally it should. Let me just check the ATIS in a minute. Once it come online. I'm just going to do that. Oh, I hate the lighting here. Blimey, that's so bad. Yeah, Fly Sky, I've already shown people... Oh, that's a nice transition there. Okay, we'll take that. So that's now completed. So here we are. There we are. Look. There he is. Oh, the night lighting sometimes. Blimey. Yeah, it will very likely be radar vectored. Yeah, I agree. We'll see. But I'll leave that in for now for the track mileage, to be fair. So, airport, pushback, taxi out, 8 left it will be. Let me try to get contrast a little bit better. So that's contrast. There, that's a bit better. Yeah, that's nice. So SID, we've done the SID. That's the Opale departures, airport. Nice. So what else do we need to do? So we got the init A page filled out. We've got the init B page filled out. We already have the wind uplink. RatNav for departure. It is an RNAV departure. And yeah, we'll put Papa Golf Sierra in there just in case. So Papa Golf Sierra it is. And 1705. So that's fine, and performance. Although, let me get the ATIS first of all. Let's try that. AOC menu, departure ATIS. The FSLabs update is about the Navigraph integration again. So if you've been using the FSLabs regularly, you've noticed at some points as the Navigraph UI has changed, you just couldn't load the Navigraph charts in EFB anymore. So they fixed that. There's been some sound changes apparently. So it's not a major update. Right, I love that. Look at that. Bonjour, this is information Bravo, record at 1730 UTC, landing 9 left, 8 right, takeoff is 9 right or 8 left. Departures 5 Golf and 5 Hotel. There we go, so 5 Hotel it is. Transition level 60 and wind is 020, 10 gust 21. Good visibility, fuel 3,500, Kinish 1020 it says on here. So let's do that. 1020. Man, this lighting. Delivery and tower on online. Fantastic. I'm going to try PDC then. So that's all done. Diff rips performance. So, takeoff performance. Airport. Lima. Fox. Papa. Golf. And we're departing 8 left. Now, I think it's Tango 3, if I remember correctly. Let's just check that. So we taxi out. Tango 3, Tango 4, Tango 5. So that's 1, 2, 3. So normally I think Tango 3 is what we should calculate with. What? Tango 6? Are you kidding me? Why? Hang on, is it saying 8 is? Tango 6. Hang on. All right, yeah, it's still got that's a 1,000 meter shift, but it still leaves us with more than 3,000 meters remaining. That's what the Air Force pilots do. All right, then we'll do it. So let's have a look again at the temperature. So try to remember that. So temperature is 12 degrees. So we'll have that with 13 then. Kinesis 1020, so I'll calculate with 1019. Dry runway flex. Hey, Jesus says hello to you. How's life? Good. Thank you. How's your life? I'm going to go with config 1 plus F because I'd hate to have config 3. Yeah, that's true, Alpha. Yeah, we haven't... I will take aircon off. And the takeoff weight expected is around about 62.1. That reminds me, I need to do some boarding. Let's put 62.3. And let's calculate that. Oh, let's kill that again. Lima Fox Papa Golf. Let's try that. Tango 6. 13, 19. Takeoff weight 62.3. Calculate. There we go. So that's the initial calculations I would do. Yeah, we're flying to London, yeah, from Paris. So we've got full control here at Paris, which is nice. I love having full control, full ATC control here. And that scared me. So request, why boarding?
Requested.
Why is there no boarding request here? I don't understand. Cool. So what we're going to do, we're going to go double click all these. 79 flex. That just sounds so unrealistic, but hey, why not? Plus 1 hour turnaround, full immersion, BA immersion here. You flying to the yesterday, the first ever IL flight I was ever on. So Minneapolis to Salt Lake City. Nice, lovely routing. Have a good flight. Is there any updates for the A320 Neo? I've not heard anything. So a lost player, I would really, really love to have the Neo here. Yeah, that would really, really kind of, you know, get me hyped. So NADP 1, let's see. Yeah, so I do remember this NADP 1, 1900 and 3400. So that's thrust reduction, the acceleration. Engine out 1900. And the EOSID is 085 to 25 miles. The IE have a crazy... Really, do they have that? ESA plus 65. That's nuts. That is crazy. I need to put in the shift in a minute as well. So let me just go and put in the engine up procedure. 08 left. Put that in there. Radial. 085. And it's up to 25 miles. So put 25 mile radius in there. So, init A, init B, flight plan page, RATNAV page, performance page, secondary copy active for a return plan. Just in case we have to do a quick return. So already programmed that. So landing will take... Well, now this is the thing, right? So it says on the ATIS, either 8 right or 9 left. So it's going to be the shorter runway for landing. And obviously the takeoff runways have a longer distance available. So for requests, we can take 8 left. So I'll take 8 left, no star and no buyer for the return plan. And the shift is 976. There we go. So MCK writes, there was an incident with a BA 321 at Glasgow some time ago. Crew put flex 79 instead of 49. Oh, I remember that, MCK, yeah. And so because 79 is a very normal flex, they didn't catch it. And so they selected Toga halfway through the takeoff roll, noticing the poor acceleration. GG's on actually noticing that and then yeah, going Toga. The thing is, though, you know what, MCK? I know the thing is that there will be some people saying or arguing they should have aborted a takeoff run. So how would you recognize a slow acceleration? So normally, on an aircraft with normal weights, your trend, so speed trend error, the yellow one, would have especially 319. Oh, actually, that's a 321. So let's say with normal weights, you would have a trend error that would be, the top at least would not be visible. So if your trend error on takeoff is only like, let's say, going up to this part here, you would notice something being wrong, and the pilots did. So the argument probably would be to say they should not have continued, but they should have RTO'd. Yeah, because the problem is also that everything else with your takeoff calculations, the engine out acceleration or the engine out path will be wrong as well. So yeah, but that's a tough call to make, right? But in the end, I guess maybe an investigation would then come to the result that they should have aborted a takeoff. I'm surprised. I'm just looking at the departure route, and I'm surprised it's a left. Because they're going to have departures also on the 9 runways. So I'm kind of thinking if we get the clearance now, I would not be surprised if we actually have to go and taxi to the northern runways. All right, let's try to get the clearance then. Just checking the latest ATIS. It's still Bravo, it says. So let's go. Pre-departure clearance. Hey, Captain Mitchell. I'm doing well. How are you doing? Thanks for asking. I'm doing very well. So we call British Airways Speedbird 42 Delta, Info Bravo. We are at stand. Let's have a look out the front window here. We should see our stand, Echo 17. Fantastic. Echo 17. And A319. And I'm going to send that off. Oh, so somebody asked me regarding the SIM ID. So SIM brief ID. You can... Let's have a look. Is it here? Options. Options. Various. No. Controls. Menu. Guys, where can you put in the sim brief ID? Somebody was asking. Oh, you're right, monitors. Yeah, you have to do it for the text config file. Yeah. Yeah, it should tell you that in a manual. So the FSLabs comes with manuals, and it should say that on there. Look at that function. How brilliant is that? You can see taxiing aircraft. Oh, yes, Alpha. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, now it used to be the text file. Now you do that in the FSLabs control center settings. There you go. That's the correct answer. The Alpha says FSLabs control center, and then there in the settings. How did you get the EFB on the A319? I think it's an update. So just update to the latest aircraft update, and it should have that for you, correct? Yeah. That's pretty cool. Like it. Okay, so, what you mean? Oh. 121.805. No, 850. Not 805. 8.
Is that correct? When ready, contact run 121.1. Have a nice flight. Bye-bye. Alright, when ready, we'll contact ground 121.8 and have a great evening, friends 370 Juliet. You too.
Delivery Tower 325, I believe our flight time is 51.
Sorry, 325, say again?
I believe our flight plan has been fixed.
So are you able to resend the new flight plan, or?
9 right incoming? Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I just sent you the new flight plan for Tower 325.
Alright, so it's our 325. Just give me the name of the first weapon so I can add it to your current route.
Is ATC sound alright, or is it too loud?
Locked and you cannot change it at the moment.
Okay, I guess you give the new name then, instead of 325.
De Gaulle delivery, good evening from Speedbird 42 Delta Info Bravo, requesting clearance to London Heathrow, please.
Speedbird 42 Delta, bonsoir. Route towards Heathrow is at flight level 260 max, can you accept?
Okay, so we'll take 260, that's fine. Speedbird 42 Delta.
42 Delta, Roger, I'll amend your flight plan, so you quit to London Heathrow out of runway 09 right, 5 Golf departure, initial climb flight level 100, and scope 5725.
Lol. So we're clear to London Heathrow, thanks for the amendment, level 260 later on. So 9 right departure, the Opala 5 Golf departure, climb level 100 and squawk 5725.
42 Delta, read that correct, when ready, contact ground 121.18, have a nice flight, bye-bye.
When ready, 121.8. Thank you so much, au revoir, from Speedbird 4 to Delta.
Au revoir.
Singlet, no, we're not. No. No, we're not going to do single leisure taxi out because it's a huge upslope. So, true story, guys. True story. We were taxiing behind a SAS Neo, and we had taxi via November. It was Quebec, and then Quebec. Let's go. Yeah, it was Westerly runway. So Quebec 5 or something, or Quebec 4. Quebec, I don't know, one of those. Now the problem is, this part here is a really big upslope, and so they were taxiing out single engine, And they have the problem, they have a 5-minute warm-up time if they've got cold engines. And that must have been the case because he actually stopped here because that low engine power was not enough to keep the aircraft moving. So he stopped, and we were stuck behind him. Then he had to start the other engine on the taxiway, which cost us like 5, I don't know, leaps off 3. But it's still a long time though. So they really annoyed me by having to start the engine on the taxiway, and we were stuck behind them. So no single engine taxi out, no. Anyways, we still got some work to do. So as I feared, we are going to be departing from edit. Let's get rid of those. Clear. And so SID. That was 5 Golf. So we're going to depart out of 9 right. British Airways still a single engine taxi. Guys, you know how it is. Well, it's a 319. All right. We'll do a single engine taxi out. Blimey. You guys are persistent, I have to admit. All right, we'll do a single engine taxi out. But I have to read the procedure for that. I can't remember the last. I don't even know if I ever did a single engine taxi out on a 320. Anyways, try no engine taxi out. Well, we might as well stay here then. So 9 right, Opali 5 Golf. There it is. Insert. Then we've got to clear the disco out. And then Kazak's pure CRM, so pure pressure. Well, I would argue differently, Paul. I would say it's actually good CRM because I'm taking in good inputs from my crew members, and I'm man enough to accept the fact that you guys have made a good point, and we're actually using your idea. So I would say it's good CRM. Right, we need to do also a new calculation for performance. So we've got to take that out. We've got to go 9 right, but we've got to find out where we're going to depart. I guess the earliest that would make sense is Delta 6. So this one here. So let's do 9 right, Delta 6. Wow, I mean, seriously, MCK, single pilot, starting engine during taxi, that's going to go wrong. So that's going to go so wrong. We should have a load sheet, right? Where's my load sheet? Load sheet. What? What's happening? It will come very late. Let's look at the init. I didn't even get an init. What's happening? And I did request init, didn't I? You guys saw that. I did. So do instant boarding. So we'll do manual instant. We'll do, what time is it now? It's 18:20. So let's do 18:25. Actually, let's do 18:22. send. Right, that's preliminary load sheet. Okay, that's fine. And then AOC uplink. Yeah, we'll do. Is it 57.1? Yeah, that's correct. So request, instant request. Roger that. Cool. All right, so let's try that. Hey, there we go. Thank you. What? What was? I didn't hear that. So ACAR. So 57.1, 62.1. BA do the load sheet on a taxi. I just feel that is so unsafe, in my opinion. Distractions during taxi is a bad idea, especially low vis. So 31 is MAC 0 fuel weight. Takeoff weight 62.1. So let's do that 2 in case we... Well, we're going to use taxi fuel, but let's just try that. Config 1 plus F. So then we've got these values for runway 9 right, Delta 6, shift 1, 2, 3, 8, 76 flex, and the speeds 37, 37, 41. Transition 5000, correct, still NADP 2, and the engine out 1900 will remain the same. However, gonna have to put in 9 right. And the radial is still going to be 085, 25 miles. So that's done. That's done. Secondary flight plan. So let's do 9 right for landing. So the longer runway, 9 right, no start, no via. Oh, that's a good question, MCK. Yeah, I would imagine so, but I can't speak for BA. No, it's fine. So Fly Sky. The reason why I don't wanna ask for the other runway is they're very busy. So, and also to be fair, if we're departing to the north, like I said, it does make sense for coordination to depart from the northern runways, because if you depart on the southern runways, they have to coordinate with the arriving traffic from the other runways, so it does make sense. So I don't know that. So that was going to be Charlie Golf November now on the right nav. Cool. Let's do a briefing. We are departing 9 right, departing via the Opali 5 Golf departure. Initial climb flight level 100, and the sector altitudes are 3,200 feet, and we have an extra fuel of about 900 kilograms here, 26 minutes. With a routing 47-minute flight time and a distance 232, so it will be a bit more compared to the OFP, because we are going to land on the 9 left or right in Heathrow. So that explains a little bit more track mileage there. That's fine. So 9 kilograms is good. Taxi out hotspot. So taxi out Pushback. Then the taxi routing will take us, I would imagine, Romeo's November, and then to the Bravo's Delta. Why could I zoom that? Let me just put that away. Bravo or Delta holding point Delta 6 we request 09 right. Is it really? Heathrow arrival 27s at the moment? Okay, well, we'll see what the wind does later on. Fantastic. Okay, cool. Stop margin for the RTO. We have 360 meter stop margin here. And EO sits straight out, 25 miles if we have to. Acceleration is 1900. But once we're at 1900, engine is secured. We'll continue to climb 4,000 feet, and out of 3,200 or minimum radar vectoring altitude, we'll accept radar vectors runway 9 right. And Charles de Gaulle. I don't have anything non-standard threats. Guys, lots of traffic today, but apart from that, I don't see any bigger threats. Well, I've got 55 FPS at the moment, so all good on my side. Well, non-standard MCK is anything to do with MEL, for example, or special would be airspace related, for example. So anything, you know, not usually done at the airport. Well, I mean, no. So CETO would well, it's a normal procedure. So I don't see that as being really worth mentioning. I mean, you can, but it's not non-standard. But that's, I mean, that's up to you, really. If you see you're not doing it very often, then you could say well, no, I wouldn't say non-standard. No, maybe special today. So let me try to find my documents. I know we have a single engine taxi out document. So let me see if I can add that in here. Yeah, MCK, like I said, you can do that, but the question is it non-standard or, you know, special? If you do that very often, and you know the procedure off by heart. So, for example, a single-engine taxiing is something you don't brief on arrival, because you would normally try to do that. So it's nothing really special or non-standard. You see what I mean? But again, it's up to you. So do as you please. Hey, Fit Faded, you need a sim. Yeah, sure. VATSIM is fine with that. You see, VATSIM is being used through a different app, and that works also with Microsoft Flight Sim. It doesn't matter if it's a Steam version or the Microsoft Store version. Hey, Panel Wizard, how you doing? Nice to see you. Right, so let's take up MCK's suggestion. Because here on stream we don't do that very often. So I agree regarding the stream today. It's a good thing to brief the single engine taxi out. So we've got our single engine taxi procedure on our website. It says for taxi out departure, brake acupressure check. That's very important. So check your brake pressure acu there. Make sure it's in the green band. That's your last resort to stop the aircraft. So if green and yellow systems fail, then at least you have acupressure to stop. So that's why you check the brake pressure there. And if necessary, use yellow electric pump to pressurize the brake accumulator. Let me just try something here. So currently, we've got the parking brake set. You see, currently using yellow system pressure. So while the green system is not pressuring the brakes, we actually do get a brake pressure indication. So right now, we don't have the yellow or green system running. So if I release the parking brake, make sure the chocks are still in place, obviously. and they are. So if I release the parking brake and then pump the pedals, the brake pedals, we can deplete the acupressure, right? So you can see we're pumping the brake pressure, and of course the ABCU limits the pressure to 1000 psi. So third generation aircraft have that limitation with 1000 psi, so you don't have to worry about your tires bursting because the brake pressure would be too high and the wheels locking up with anti-skid pinning up. So you can see as I pump the brakes, no, we don't, MCK, no. Normal ops, we don't check the auto brake system. So there we go. So now you can see we're depleting the acupressure. So if you've got your parking brake set, and you see that the acupressure is not in the green band, then you can use the yellow electric pump to power the acupressure. Now, before doing that, you will have to get the clearance from your ramp agent or your co-pilot, let's say, to switch on and power up the hydraulics. So it can. So Yoda, there's also limitations, as you know. I mean, you're the expert here. There's limitations to how much leakage you're allowed to have for the acupressure. So there we go. So now I've got the electric pump, and as you can see, as the parking brake is set, we are powering the green system as well. So let's switch off the yellow electric pump again. Yeah, there's a leak rate for it, and I remember that at some point I had to call maintenance because we noticed that we had low acupressure. We recharged just like we did now, and during the ground transit, it was depleting again. And so there's a certain rate where this is set to leak out. If it goes above that, then something has to be done and checked. Cool, so we're done, we checked that. Then, non-standard, we start engine 1, because normally we'd start engine 2, but here on taxi out, single engine taxi out, we start engine 1. So engine 1 pressurizes the green hydraulic system, providing normal braking pressure. Then crossbleed open the crossbleed valve to supply both packs with engine 1. Apply the after start normal procedure, however, keep the APU running and switch the APU bleed to off. This is something I'll probably forget, so you got to remind me. So the APU generator provides power to the engine fire extinguisher, prevents electrical transients, and enables galley and IFE operation. Closing the APU bleed prevents engine exhaust gases ingestion into the air conditioning system. Delay the ECAM status check and the wing anti-ice setting until all engines are started. Yellow ilic pump on, very important. This pressurizes the yellow hydraulic system, providing nozzle steering without using the PTU. Apply the taxi normal procedure, however. Oh, we haven't done that. Delay the ECAM status check. Arm the auto brake after flight control check. Then, before takeoff, warm up engine time. Before takeoff, consider. So IAE would have 5 minutes if they're very cold, so more than 2-hour transit. So usually 2 minutes for CFM, and the Neo on the IE it's 5 minutes. So depending on how cold the engines were, how much transit time you had. Engine 2, note for engine 2 start, the parking brake must be set. Now this is something that comes from our company. BA doesn't require that. But we've got to consider that, right? So maybe we will ignore that because we are in VATSIM. So moving to sections of the procedure, which you call that so stop procedure at or continue procedure at. Yeah, I would do so. Yeah, MCK. Yeah. So engine 2 started, and then yellow electric pump off, APU bleed on. An electric pump must be off to enable PT automatic test during engine start. That's really important. So you've got to have Air pump off, APU bleed off. And after 10 seconds... Alright, so that's a bit misleading. So this is a general information, engine to start. So maybe we should put that here, engine to start. Because you've got to do all these before you start the engines. And then after engine 2 started, APU as required, cross-speed auto, apply the after-start normal procedure, including ECM status check, selection of anti-eyes, wing anti-eyes as required. And then the after-start check is complete, flight control check, auto brakes max. Cool. So you can see a lot of stuff that needs to be done. Alrighty, so we are supposed to contact ground 1 to 1.8. We're on the south side, so 1 to 1.8.
3,166 meters.
But before we do that, let's read the cockpit preparation checklist. Gear pins covers removed. Fuel quantity is 5,200 kilograms balanced. And while we're here, let's start the APU actually.
Tango 6 here, Papa 1, Tango and Alpha 2 to Lufthansa 1041.
No, I would just say continue procedure, MCK. So stop procedure, start procedure. Good. Seatbelts are on, ADIRS, NAF, Barrel Ref, Kinich 1020 checked. And that's the cockpit preparation checklist completed. Just waiting for the APU to run up. So get rid of the ground power. Hey Daniel, good evening. Connections, chocks, GPU.
Speedbird 333 Victor requesting taxi. Requesting Tango 62.
Speedbird 333 Victor, Roger, perfect. So taxi coding point Tango 6 runway 08 left via Papa 6 Python Romeo and Romeo Tango 6.
Taxi to holding point Tango 6 via Papa Romeo and Romeo Tango 3 for Speedbird 323 Victor.
I'm gonna try. Okay, there we are. So we're gonna push back. So it's got options: blue, orange, or center. To go ground, bonsoir from Sweetbird 4 to Delta, stand Echo 17 requesting push.
Station at 1, sorry. Speedbird 4 to Delta, pas sur le 7.
Speedbird 4 to Delta, stand Echo 17 requesting push, please.
Speedbird 4 to Delta, 45725.
Hello, Captain.
Apologies, rocking out, stand by.
1041, contact tower 119er, decimal 250.
Completely forgot about that. 4725.
Tower on 119 at decimal 250 for Lufthansa 1041. Thank you for nice city CL.
Departure check completed. Bypass speed resulted.
Speedbird 327 excitement Alpha 10 ready for push and start, and we can only do straight push due to some ground negation.
Roger, stand by partner, I'll call you back. There's one aircraft behind you currently pushing on Tower 1.
Roger.
Speedbird 4 to Delta, thank you. Pushing start appropriating south from the blue line.
Locking gear.
Finish 1020, clear to push blue line, face south, speed by 4 to Delta. Oh, blue line, hang on, where's blue line? Ah.
Air France 98, Papa Mike de Gaulle, sol, bonsoir monsieur, bienvenue à De Gaulle, continuez sur Rico, Tango Fox.
It's this one, isn't it?
4 et Fox 04.
It was orange and blue. I can't see if it's blue or not, so I think it's this one here, correct? This is center. Is it really? That's orange? No. Alright, I trust you, MCK. No! God.
Trust the call ground, Air France 37 Sierra Juliet,
Exiting from
information
Elgin.
Bravo,
Sparking brakes.
Stanton, Lima 71.
Oh, you're right.
Air France 37 Sierra Juliet de Lausanne, bonsoir, confirm you
Right,
have
there you
your
go.
clearance to deliver.
Commencing push.
Could
All
you
engines
repeat that for
clear.
Air
Start
France
at will.
37 Sierra Juliet? We had someone talking in the background.
Air France 37 Sierra Juliet, bonsoir, confirm you have your clearance.
What sound was that? Blimey.
Yeah, Air France 37 Sierra Juliet, we have our clearance. We just got disconnected a bit.
Okay, so.
Still valid.
Air France 37 Sierra Juliet, Air France,
So APU at departure. So we check the brake pressure check, engine 1 start. So before start checklist, first of all, parking brake off, takeoff speeds and thrust 373741, thrust 76 on the flex. Windows closed,
Sierra Juliet,
doors are closed as well.
Welcome aboard the
and
Captain Black Box
beacon
YouTube channel subscriber
is
experience.
on. Sim
Could new
Caesar!
subscribers please make their way to the first class cabin where complimentary drinks, snacks and premium flight entertainment will be served. Thank you.
Right, engine 1 start. Sim Caesar, welcome, thanks for the raid.
Set sparking brakes.
Bonjour, greetings from Paris Charles de Gaulle.
Waiting your confirmation for a good engine start.
Do you think you have room to push?
Eternal, thanks for the 15 months, Eternal. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for the support. Now, the IE engines, they do a 30-second motoring, so...
Perfect, push and start approved, QNH 1020.
There we go, now we've got fuel flow, EGT rise. So once the engine 1 is started, we'll open the cross-bleed valve and then do the after start normal procedure. However, keep the APU running, switch the APU bleed off, and we'll switch on the yellow ILIC pump. Man, I already regret doing single engine taxi. Why did I get persuaded to do that? It's horrible. Right. Yeah, right? Oh, that's going to be terrible.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect. Unlocking gear.
Cool. So, let's do cross-bleed open. So, cross-bleed open, APU bleed off.
Tow track disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
And then we do flaps 1.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
We'll arm the spoilers. That goes there. We'll leave the APU running, obviously. And we switch on the yellow ILIC pump. There's no point in reading the checklist. Right, there's the... all clear. Good. Let's get the taxi clearance.
Delta 225 radio check.
Delta 225, bonsoir, LFPG, 5 by 5.
ground. Speedbird 4 to Delta, request taxi.
Speedbird 4 to Delta, taxi, Papa 3, right on Romeo, Foxtrot, hold short, middle 2.
So we'll take Papa 3, right turn Romeo, Foxtrot, and we hold, I think it's at medium Delta, correct?
Speedbird 4 to Delta, so the stop point is middle 2.
A middle 2, copied. Speedbird 4 to Delta. Right, fortunately it's not shown here. There's a sign somewhere here. It says middle 2.
Speedbird 3270, so you can follow the companion Papa 1, right Foxtrot, hold short, middle 2.
Right, let me try to find that.
Foxtrot, hold short, middle 2, Speedbird 3270.
Right, cool.
Because
there will be a handover. It'll be a handover from the southern controller to the northern controller.
Right, Foxtrot, hold short, middle 2.
So, clear left side, clear right side, and we only have one engine running. Oh my god, it requires so much.
Speedbird 31 November, contact ground 121.67,
So much rudder
ground
input.
121.6, Speedbird 31 November, and thanks for your help, sir. Bye bye.
Ground, good evening, Heathrow for 26 Delta 03, we are ready for start and push.
So right Romeo, Foxtrot, and hold middle 2.
Good evening, push and start approved facing west 1020 for Heathrow 4906.
Come on, turn! Blimey. Aviator! Moin, wie geht's dir? Come on, 30 knots. Oh, yeah, right. We've got 14 now, so I'm already happy with that. So Foxtrot is the first one to the north.
Contact ground 121.67, thank you, bye.
Yeah, 1216. This is so difficult to go.
Hi, it's Hannah. That's the cabin secure for takeoff.
Thank you, Hannah.
Thanks.
Lovely. Aviator, yeah, I got persuaded. I really hate doing it, especially at Paris, but hey, what can we do? Well, it's definitely nostalgic, absolutely. Some of the textures, night textures are awful. I have to admit. But hey. So Foxtrot coming up soon.
Merci pour le contrôle, au revoir.
The updates are the implementation again of Navigraph charts in the EFB. And some sound changes. So a couple of improvements there. Right, now we've got to find Foxtrot. I know it's this one here, so taxiing at Paris is always complicated. It really is. Nexus, would single engine taxi always be on number 1? If not, which companies components are you taking account to decide what you do? No, normally, yeah, exactly. If you don't start engine 1 for taxi out, you would only have the yellow system available. So let's put it this way: if you taxi in, you switch off engine 2, so that engine 1 still supplies the green normal braking system. So middle 2 should be where this aircraft is. 1 to 1.6 call sign only. Thank you from Speedboat 4 to Delta. Good night. Call sign only. Right.
6 radio check, please.
Radio 5, runner 1026.
Runner 1026, thank you for your patience. Push and start as approved. Face southwest, QNH 102.
Facing southwest approved, QNH 1020, runner 106.
Seatbelt 327 X-ray, keep pulling onto Foxtrot to the holding point Delta 4, runway 09 right via Foxtrot and Bravo. Foxtrot and Bravo holding point Delta 4, runway 09, 327 X-ray.
Yeah, there we go. We've got middle 2. The girl ground bonsoir from Speedboat 4 to Delta at middle 2. Oh, call sign only.
Speedboat 4 to Delta, bonsoir. Keep pulling onto Foxtrot behind the company traffic. Taxi holding point Delta 4, runway 09 right via Foxtrot and Bravo.
We'll follow the company via Foxtrot Bravo, holding point Delta 4, 09 right, Speedboat 4 to Delta. He's doing single engine taxi. 100%. He's doing that as well. You want to bet? So, Bravo later on. So we continue Foxtrot all the way until we hit Bravo.
Keep pulling to the Delta 4, but via Foxtrot and Delta instead of Bravo.
Oh, okay.
Delta 4 to Delta, same for you. After Foxtrot, turn left onto Delta instead of Bravo.
Okay, so it's Foxtrot Delta, holding point Delta 4, Speedbird 4 to Delta. Is that Reva on frequency? I didn't hear him.
Tower 119-250, Speedbird 31 November, and thanks for the service. Good night.
So Foxtrot slightly right.
Derrière 381 taxi via Alpha, all short of Bravo. Taxi via Alpha, all short of Bravo, 341.
Well, actually, I've got very low kind of volume setting for VATSIM, because people always complain that VATSIM for them is too loud. Ah, so Reva is pushing back right now. Nice. Where's he flying to, Silencer? Probably to like Munich or something, or is he going to London as well? Toulouse. Ah, nice. Okay, GG. What's the update? Well, again, the main thing is the integration of Navigraph into the EFB again. Some sound updates. Spotlight update. But apart from that, nothing too major. Right, so the second one, Delta, or it's the middle one.
We are having some issues with starting our engine. Could you give us some point where we need to halt and not block traffic?
So he flew Munich to Paris and now...
27 X-ray, keep rolling straight ahead and turn left onto Quebec. All short on Quebec of Quebec Bravo 1.
Did he say he's got issues?
Quebec Bravo 1 with 327 X-ray, thank you.
Speedbird 327 X-ray, report ready to continue taxi.
327 X-ray.
Oh, so Bravo, where's Delta? Hold on. That's Bravo, isn't it? So that must be... Yeah, but wasn't he instructed to go to Quebec? I'm confused as well because it says on the sign there...
3841, turn right onto Bravo, then right on November.
Oh no, that's it. So that's Quebec on after that. So maybe that's confused him as well. So he's on Delta.
There's the all ground, Air France 37 Sierra Juliet on Foxtrot, holding short of middle 2.
37 Sierra Juliet, bonsoir.
Yeah, so Quebec would have been the next one. I think he's taken the wrong one there.
09 right via Foxtrot and Delta.
Keep holding short of middle 2 and then taxi via Foxtrot Delta from 09.
Hey John, how you doing? Nice to see you. I'm doing well, thank you.
327 X-ray, you are on Delta.
Yeah, I thought so.
Right onto Quebec Bravo 1 and all short at Quebec Bravo 1.
Yeah, he got confused as well.
Oh, apologies. Right on Quebec Bravo 1.
Grand Litaro for 996.
Yeah, the problem is he saw the sign, he saw that sign and thought that this would be Quebec.
To Delta 3 via Foxtrot and Delta for runway 09 right Itaro for 996.
I should have used Amsterdam. Lol. Well, to be fair, Amsterdam taxi is long, but not quite so complicated. I would agree with that, yeah. Yeah, so he's far enough out, that's fine.
37 Sierra Juliet holding short of middle 2.
So let's go here and let's do single engine taxi.
Just continue behind the preceding traffic.
We'll continue behind the traffic, Air France 37 Sierra Juliet.
So, we do a non-standard engine start doing taxi, alright? So,
Gate Zulu 04 via Bravo, Delta Alpha 1.
So, to start engine 2, just need to make sure we don't go off the taxiway. APU bleed, oh sorry, yellow ilic pump off.
Just to confirm, all short of Foxtrot first of all.
There we go, it's off, APU bleed on. And then after 10 seconds, engine 2 starts.
3841 contact south ground on 121.8, goodbye.
You got lost at Gatwick? Well, no issue there either. Yeah, that can happen quickly. Right, 10 seconds are over. Engine start. Let's make sure we have good start pressure. We do. And engine 2 starts.
The 512, bonsoir. Start is approved. Face south on the Alpha.
This airport is chaos. Yeah, it can be. It can be chaotic. I agree. Hey, Iowa Scotsman. Nice to see you. How are you? Lee, did I say? Yeah, I did say hello to you. Senshai, hello as well. Yes, I'm doing well. How are you, Lee? How are you, Senshai? Moin moin. There we go. We've got good light up, EGT rise.
Speedbird 327 X-ray, apologies for the issues. We are now ready for taxi.
Speedbird 327 X-ray, thank you. On position, call you back. Signal ground, good evening, Dr. Foxtrot 205, secret push. After 2 Foxtrot, bonsoir, Squawk, 1000 please.
So that is a good engine start. After engine 2 started, cross speed APU as required.
42 Delta contact tower, 119.250.
119.250, merci beaucoup, au revoir. Speedbird 4 to Delta. Right. You see why I always find single engine taxi out very stressful? I don't recommend doing it. I don't recommend doing it. De Gaulle Tower, bonsoir, Speedbird 4 to Delta. On Delta, we'll be ready in 2 minutes.
Speedbird 4 to Delta, bonjour, line up and wait, 09 right.
Delta 4, line up and wait, 09 right, Speedbird 4 to Delta. So we have reached that. So Delta 4. What are these? Lol. Where are we? Flight control check.
Iberia 3841, bonjour, line up and wait, 08 left.
Full up, full down, neutral, full left, full right, neutral, and rudder, full right, full left, neutral. After start checklist, anti-ice is off, left side is clear. Ecam status checked. The trim is
Speedbird
stop.
4 to Delta, report when ready, when you will be ready.
What's
for
happening here? What on earth happened there? Trim runaway.
Tower trap up at 407.
Pitch trim 30.4.
Runway 9 left approach.
Rudder trim neutral.
407, bonjour, number
Although
1.
not quite correct
Runway
neutral yet.
09 left, clear to land. The wind 020 degrees, 10 knots.
Clear to land, runway 9 left, pitch trap up at 407.
So let's say rudder trim is now neutral. As the after start checklist completed. Taxi checklist, flight controls checked.
Iberia 3841, 008 left, clear for takeoff. The wind 020 degrees.
Flaps 1
10
plus
knots.
F. That should be, let's put 900 in there, that's close enough. So flap setting, config 1 plus F. Radar predictability system on and auto. Engine mode selector normal, that's why it's on the checklist there, you see. EK memo, takeoff no blue. Lineup items and light checklist. So lineup checklist. Takeoff runway.
Speedbird 4 to Delta, are you ready?
Speedbird 4 to Delta, iPhone.
Speedbird 4 to Delta, 09 right, clear for takeoff. The wind 020 degrees, 10 knots.
Clear takeoff 9 right, Speedbird 4 to Delta. Takeoff runway 9 right, Delta 4, TCAS, TARA, and the packs are off. Before start of our lineup checklist, that is completed as well. Good God! Takeoff. Yeah, don't try this at home. Blimey. Mudflex 76 SRS runway auto thrust blue. Thrust set.
Lydia 3841, contact departure 124.35, goodbye.
This is loud. 100 knots. V1, rotate. Pause climb. I hear nothing.
Alpine
Jesus.
9 Charlie Tango, welcome. Paris. Clear to cross runway 08 left.
That was so loud.
8 left, at where, sorry? On 06, clear to cross runway 08 left. 06 cross 8 left, 69 Charlie Tango. And Alpine 69 Charlie Tango on the other side, straight ahead onto Echo and contact ground 1218.
Sure, Echo ground 0.8. Sorry, yeah, 0.8. That's correct, my bad.
Super 327 X-ray, line up at weight.
So, thrust climb, SRS. Nav auto thrust.
The Gulf Tower, good evening, Air France 270 Juliet on Delta, taxi movement 09 array.
24.
Air France 270 Juliet, bonjour, je vois number 2.
That should be departure.
Number 2, Air France.
Will be sent over.
Speedbird 4 to Delta, contact departure 124.35, goodbye.
12435, merci beaucoup, au revoir. Speedbird 4 to Delta. GG. Pack 1, Pack 2. They go departure Bonsoir. Speedbird 4 to Delta, passing 3,700, climbing 100 on the Opala 5 Golf departure.
Sorry, that was blocked. You identified. Climb flight level 190, direct Melun. Mike Lima, November.
Climb, Alt Blue, 10,000.
Pivot 4 to Delta departure, bonjour, identified. Climb flight level 100.
Climb level 100, Speedbird 4 to Delta. Flap 0, speed checked.
By using your call button. We hope you enjoy your flight with us today. Thank you.
There's no views. Set standard. Standard cross check passing 5-2 now is checked. I am sweating, MCK. I'm really sweating. And I have a feeling, you know what, MCK? I have a feeling that something, I've missed something. And I hate that as well. Hey, forward, Gude. How you doing? Forward, you're doing a 787-900 flight. Nice. GG.
Call departure, Captain.
Pivot 327 X-ray, go departure, bonjour, identified. Climb flight level 100.
Right, let's level off. Oh. So it's an aircraft.
4 to Delta, continue climb, flight level 190.
Continue climb level 190, Speedbird 4 to Delta. So thrust climb, Alt Blue 190. Yeah, it's all off. Yeah, thanks. That's done. Woo. Yeah, there's the aircraft on TCAS. Man, that was a busy departure. GG's. So switch that off. Where's my...
Traffic.
Oh, TCAS. I have control. Ah, it's him there. Should have, of course, a TCAS. He's below me, and I'm climbing. Yeah, there we go.
Good evening, Itaro 4926.
Itaro 4926, the goal departure, bonjour, identify.
So, let's do RATNAV clear.
Landing 100, Itaro 4926.
So, RATNAV clear, secondary copy active, fix info clear, and then seatbelts.
The 327 X-ray, climb flight level 190.
Off.
Flight level 190.
And there's Opali. You are correct. Switching off now. That is off. Hey M, how you doing? Nice to see you. That was a crazy busy departure. Blimey. Alright, company message. Probably tell me I'm late, right? I don't know, so arrival. Stand 508. Well, we'll see.
42 Delta, contact Paris Control, 128.1, bye-bye.
128.1, bye-bye. Over, speedbird 4 to Delta.
Approach, we are 341.
It's nice to see...
Lufthansa 7 Tango Tango, bonsoir, clear the Vedas, 9 Echo
It's so nice to see so much ATC today.
Echo arrival, Lufthansa 7 Tango Tango.
Paris bonsoir from Speedbird 4 to Delta, passing 170, climbing 190.
4 to Delta, bonsoir, climb level 260.
Climb level 260, Speedbird 4 to Delta. So, as we learned...
827, confirm direct to Urelo.
That is maximum.
Direct Urelo, LR327, yeah.
So, got 260.
Ryanair 24, contact Eurocontrol 135, 125, over.
It's so nice when France is not on strike. Oh, M, I'm doing very well.
3841, bonsoir, continue climb to flight level 270.
So I've got a funny story to tell, guys. So when we on our trip from Wadi Rum back to the Dead Sea in Jordania, we had some issues with the bus. So first of all, one of the tires got damaged. And usually the drive should have taken about 4.5 hours. So it was a long drive from Wadi Rum Desert to the Dead Sea. And we planned to do a stop at the Dead Sea to spend some time there at the Dead Sea, enjoy the beach and the pool area of the hotel. And then as we drove on, so we got the tire change, which took about 45 minutes. So not that long, but we got a new tire. And then we drove northbound, and I watched the fuel needle. And so I saw it was already just above quarter full. And so I thought, well, he's going to have to fill up the tank at some point. And the problem was, the bus driver didn't talk much English. So I was like watching the needle continuously go down as we drove, northbound. And about an hour before we got to the hotel at the sea, the needle was at the warning lamp wasn't on, but it was like already showing empty, right? So I said to the bus driver, do me a favor, at the next petrol station, stop. And so he said to me, well, he was like shrugging his shoulder like he didn't understand. And I said, petrol, fuel, you need petrol. And he was like, you want drink? And I said, no, you need petrol. He didn't understand, or at least he pretended he didn't understand. So he just continued to drive. I'll start. And I was like, you've got to be kidding me. And so I looked at Google Maps and I saw there's two more petrol stations on the way.
Virgin 1506, I need to get out of the cockpit for about 20 minutes. Is that okay with you?
And we passed one of them. And my crew was like, don't worry, the bus driver is professional, he knows what he's doing, and maybe it's just the indication wrong. And I'm like, no, because the warning light is on now, and I would say we've got about 40, maybe 35 kilometers left, because we've got air conditioning on, we're going uphill, we've got a full bus, so with 7 people. Hey Luke, good evening. And I was going mad, because he wasn't stopping for fuel. Then he slowed down, and he looked right at a petrol station, and I thought he's going to stop now, but he didn't. He just drove on. He looked at a petrol station. He went on. And what happened then was so strange. I just couldn't believe it. And this is no joke. So we drove up a hill, and then we had a section again where it went downhill. He switched off the air conditioning, and he put the gear into neutral. It was an automatic, so put the gear into neutral, and he rolled down the hill. And then as we got back up again, we need to go uphill, he put the gear in again. So he's trying to conserve fuel, and I thought, great, you want to bet we're going to run out of fuel?
Captain Black Box Twitch channel subscriber experience. Could new subscribers
please
make your way to the first class cabin, where complimentary drinks, snacks and premium flight entertainment will be served. Thank you.
Luke, thank you so much for the
Happy
35
Easter.
months. Happy Easter to you as well. Thank you so much for your support. No joke. I'm not imagining anything or not, telling any stories. It's true. About 20 kilometers before the hotel, in the middle of nowhere, the engine stopped. The engine stopped. He pulled over to the side of the road. He got out without saying anything. He got out. He went back at the back of the bus. He waved. He stopped another car. Talked to the other driver. He ran back to the bus. He grabbed his wallet and said, "Petrol." And that's all he said, petrol. He got into that car and drove off. And we were stuck on the side of a road, lorries going by at 90 miles an hour, at almost 129.425, merci beaucoup, au revoir. Speedbird 4 to Delta. We got the arrival.
Direct Dover.
So first arrival, we planned the... Oh, well, let me see.
352, contact Paris 128.1.
Paris 128.1, Seabird 352, bye.
And let me just get the ATIS. 27's in use.
6 kilo, turn right, heading 230 degrees.
Arrival, 27 right, okay.
260, send with the glide.
Turn right heading 230 degrees, and when established localizer and way 26, then descend at the glide flight Luma 6 kilo.
9006, turn left heading 020 degrees. 020 degrees, EG 9006.
So Aliza 1 hotel. London, good evening. Speedbird 4 to Delta, level 260, expecting the Aleso 1 Hotel, 27 right.
4 to Delta, London, roger. ET25 Delta.
So there we go. So Aleso 1 Hotel, 27 right. Right, so
127
he drove off.
ET25 Delta, have a good night.
And that was it. We stood there
27, contact London
in the middle of
Control,
nowhere
127.1, bye-bye.
at almost 30 degrees Celsius. And he left. And I looked at Google Maps.
Hello, London, good evening. This is Jet Time 85.
And the next petrol station was like 40 kilometers away.
Jet Time 865 London, hello, sir. Talk 3.
So I said to the crew, it's going to take at least an hour for him to get back.
Jet Time 865, flight level 340.
And that's it.
valid for your direction
And
of flight.
so I called the company. I tried to call the company to get something arranged. So not my company, but the company of the tourist organization there. And all they replied was, "We are trying our best." That's all they said. And I thought, yeah, right. You're trying your best. What a joke. So 1 hour later, our bus driver got back with a 2-liter canister. And he probably spilled half of it, trying to put that into the tank. But we made it to the hotel at least. Man, I was so mad. I was. Yeah, so 2 liters because the warning lamp for the low fuel was still there. And I thought it would be a great joke if we ran out of fuel again before we reached the hotel. But luckily, we made it. But we were like 2 hours late. Man, I was so mad. Seriously, I was really, really mad.
London Radar.
Yeah, it was a nightmare.
A98 with you level 410.
Delta 898, roger. ET9006, turn left, heading 3.
It means benzene? Okay, well, he said petrol, Oliver. So when he got his wallet, he said petrol. So he knows what petrol meant. And also, my crewman noticed him looking at the petrol station when he drove past. So he did consider it. But I think he speculated on getting to the hotel without refueling. And I was like, I mean, he's got to refuel anyways before we drive back to Amman.
Runner 29 X-ray kilo, contact Paris 128.1. Goodbye.
Yeah, it's an interesting story, but so absurd. So absurd, really. I mean, it's like so unnecessary, right? Crazy.
Right now, 1 Alpha Juliet, request descent. Right now, 1 Alpha Juliet, roger, stand by. I'll have it for you in about 10 miles. Speedbird 42 Delta, I'm ready to descend flight level 180, level by XVAX.
When ready, descent level 180, level by XAX. Speedbird 40 Delta.
London, good evening, Speedbird.
So, 180 at VAX. Let's put that in. Oh, that's already in there. So we got this descent arrow in about 20
good evening, Alpine
something
7850, flight level 230, inbound Basux.
Alpine 7850, London, hello, VATSIM 1 Golf, correction, not VATSIM.
Yeah, but Pineapple Wizard, that was on a private trip. So we had 2 days.
5271.
We had 2 days layover there, and that was a private trip we organised.
London Control, good evening. This is Alpine 57 up.
Yeah, so I did consider getting an Uber or something else. And if he hadn't returned, you know, like an hour 30, I would have taken the Uber or something. Yeah, absolutely. 360 at 4.
Rhino 1 Alpha Juliet, descend flight level 260, level by 0.
Temperature 14. I love that how it says detected temperature.
260 by...
Kinch 1021.
Right now, 1 Alpha Juliet.
By Ziddle.
So, for the procedures...
Rhino 1 Alpha Juliet.
EZ9006, Elbos 1 Lima arrival for Liverpool.
Elbos 1 Lima, EZ9006.
9006.
So the Aleso 1 Hotel Pretty straightforward. EDVAX 180 at, and then we continue the routing to Rotno, EDVAX Tiger, Lima Lima Echo 01, and that's max 250, and then Biggin Hill. Now from there, I do expect radar vectors.
Also 1 Hotel 180 by speedbird J27XV.
Speedbird 4 to Delta, report indicated airspeed.
Speedbird 4 to Delta, indicated 280 knots.
Speedbird 4 to Delta, roger, maintain 280 knots or greater.
280 knots or greater, Speedbird 4 to Delta.
Speedbird 329 X-ray.
Right, let's go descend out blue 180, speed selected 290.
Alpine 57 Alpha X-ray, fly heading 020 degrees.
How about flat landing? I don't know.
Heading 020
319? Nah. Nah.
Right. Disregard. Jet time 865.
Nah, no.
Control 127.1. Goodbye.
Contact 127.1, diameter 508.
Blue Max 6 kilo established, ILS runway 26.
Blue Max 6 kilo, clear the land, runway 26, the wind form of 220 degrees, correction, 170 degrees.
No.
Clear to land, runway 26, Blue Max 6 kilo, thank you.
Oh no. Oh no.
Alpha 57 Alpha X-ray.
You've got to be kidding me.
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box Twitch channel subscriber
Right, we got
experience.
autosave.
Can new subscribers please make your way to the first class cabin, where complimentary drinks, snacks and premium flight entertainment will be served. Thank you.
And it's 13. Hope it's not a sign of bad luck for the scenario later, Kappa. Hope you're doing well, BB711, beloved.
Oh god, Mr. Tomboy, thanks for the 13 months. Thank you so much. No, so it wasn't your fault. Don't worry about it. I don't know what caused it. Yeah, something crashed it. Let's do load auto save. So let's have a look. That was at 19. Let's have a look. Auto save Friday. That's today at 21:13. That's like 10-15 minutes ago. So let me try that. I hope he won't be too crossed if I spawn back in. Yeah, it's kind of strange. I don't know why. What caused it? So we are at Opali, climbing. So let's just wait until it completely finishes everything. And there we go. And direct. So we got that's a good idea, actually, MCK. So where are we going to go? So we should be at VAX, correct? Well, I think we would past. Let me try to go to ETVAX at 18,000.
The full limit.
And London, good evening again from Speedbird 4 to Delta. Sorry, I had a sim crash, but we're back again.
The 4 to Delta, it seems you made a mistake with the frequency.
Ah.
You're with the goal departure.
What was London? London was 29425? Yeah, 29425, correct? Yeah, exactly. So 29425.
Ground control right now, 2020. We'll push on to Manchester as far as I can see. We'll put anything, let you know.
Super 327 X-ray, contact London Control 134.125. Goodbye.
134.125, thank you, bye.
With 25 Golf Papa, Ottomet 1 Hotel for Heathrow, descend flight level 270 when ready to be level at Ottomet.
Ottomet 1 Hotel, and we'll descend to 270 when ready to be level by Ottomet, Speedbird 25 Golf Papa.
London, hello from Speedbird 4 to Delta.
Speedbird 4 to Delta, say again.
Yeah, sorry, we had a sim crash, we're back again, level 180, approaching Lima Lima Echo 01.
Speedbird 4 is at 2 Delta, roger. Contact London Control 134.125. Goodbye.
Thank you so much. 134.125, bye-bye, Speedbird 4 to Delta. Oh, Cooper, yeah, just seen your message there, sorry. 125, roger that.
Runner 202. 20, say again.
Under 2 Tango Fox, report you're heading to London, 127.1. Bye-bye.
We're heading to London, 127.1, Lufthansa, 2 Tango Fox, bye-bye, have a nice evening.
London, good evening, from the Speedbird 40 Delta, level 180.
40 Delta, hello, just turn left 270 degrees, descend flight level 100.
Left heading 270 degrees, descent level 100, Speedbird 4 to Delta. Oh, right. So we've got open descend heading, and 4 to Delta's previous instructor speed was 290 or more. Is that still valid?
No, there's no speed. Your colleague behind is probably going to go in front. I'm going to get you on the heading just to lose the height there.
Okay, so we'll slow down 250, Speedbird 4 to Delta.
Roger.
Alrighty. Oh. So that... need to sign in here again.
Speedbird 40 Delta, descend to flight level 80.
Descent level 80, Speedbird 40 Delta. Sorry guys, yeah, I'm just going to have to log in here.
Speedbird 327 X-ray, descend flight level 100.
100, G27 X-ray.
And there's no speed if you were previously assigned.
Yep, no speed, G27 X-ray.
Alright, there we go. And we did put in some data, didn't we? So let's get... I don't know why... Ugh. So we did crash because... the 8 is, and I did try to do landing performance. Let's see what arrival 8 is. So Heathrow 27 right, and so So we've got currently 60.6 is fine. Let's leave that as is. Config full, aircon on, calculate. 131.
327 X-ray, descend flight level 80.
So that's fine.
Late routing, descend X-ray.
So that's all good. 4.8%. And we'll take auto brake medium because we should get off the runway as quickly as possible if we've got lots of traffic. So let's go charts approach 27 right. And the minimum for that is 280. And RatNav we'll put in London. There we go. That was a revenge of the angry Jordanian bus driver. Why would he be angry? Gonna put out some speed brakes.
327 X-ray contact. Heathrow director 119725. Goodbye.
Then we're gonna get
19725.
seatbelts on, landing lights on. Down we go. And LS keys on. So the approach, we're going to be radar vector 27 right ILS, minimum 280 feet, and the missed approach will go straight ahead 1 mile, or pass, sorry, so 0 mile from the ILS, passing 1580 feet, whichever's later, climbing right turn track 316 to 3000, and then as instructed. And I'm going to check that here as well, so all correct. And the sector altitude is 2,100 initially, and then in a missed approach case it will be 2,200. And we have extra fuel at the moment. We should have at least a ton. Here it says 600 kilograms, 18 minutes extra. We'll fly the approach config full. Auto brake medium with fully managed ILS flight director, and let's put full speed brakes out here. And what else? Stop margin should be more than 1,000 meters. A319.
Speedbird 40 Delta direct to Ockham, Oscar Charlie Kilo.
Direct to Ockham. Speedbird 40 Delta. So that's Ockham NAF. I'm going to clear out some of these waypoints. So we have
Speedbird 40 Delta, Heathrow director 119725. Goodbye.
119725. Thanks a lot, Speedbird 40 Delta. Okay. So director will be call sign only.
3,000 feet, KNH 1022.
320 down to 3,000 KNH 1022, speed 327 X-ray.
Heathrow director, good evening, Speedbird 40 Delta.
Speedbird 40 Delta, Heathrow director, hello, leave Ockham heading 070, descend flight level 70.
We'll leave Ockham heading 070 and descending level 70, Speedbird 40 Delta. Hey pilot Arian, how you doing? Oliver asking, flying back from Jordan to Europe, are there any special procedures?
Speedbird 323 Victor, contact Heathrow
yes,
Tower,
there are.
18.5, bye-bye.
Well, I don't.
Heathrow Tower on 11.5, bye-bye. Speedbird 323 Victor.
Well, I don't want to talk about them. There are special procedures, yes. Have you ever the bug where Orbix barely loads in any buildings on the ground? Is that on P3D? So since we have a discontinuity, you can pre-dial 070, and then once you overfly that last waypoint, it'll automatically go onto that heading. The only issue is that if you dial it in too early, it may reset at start. Speed brakes back in. So, yeah, 45 seconds. Man, how do you remember that stuff? Declan, how are you doing? So, 70 degrees. Just about to pass Ockham now. Speed to 50. Out. going to hear triple click now as it has a mode degradation into heading now goes heading 070, and we are at 70. Specials, well, Heathrow could be very busy. We have to prepare.
Speedbird 42 Delta, turn right, heading 090.
Heading 090, Speedbird 40 Delta. So we have to get ready for a quick vacation to the left. Taxi back hotspots. Normally in the real life at nighttime you would have taxi on the greens back to the stand, but here we expect either Alpha or Bravo somewhere to Terminal 5.
Speedbird 42 Delta, 25 miles, 27 right, descend altitude 4,000 feet, QNH 1022.
That's copied, descending 4,000 feet, QNH 1022, Speedbird 40 Delta. So, that's really cool. So it tells me the distance to the threshold. So we can try to do a continuous descent without leveling off.
Scandinavian 70 Golf, Heathrow director, roger.
So you look at your ground speed, we're still a bit fast, so going to take about 15 feet per minute initially, 4,000, set QNH, 1022, checked passing 6,800. Approach checklist, we have barrel ref, QNH 1022, and normally check that here in the box as well. Let's activate the approach phase. 1022 is cross-checked with the ATIS, obviously. Seatbelts are on. Minimum bar road 280 feet. Auto brake medium, and engine mode selector is normal. And that's the approach checklist completed. So pilot, the only issue I see sometimes when it doesn't load in is that it's just too busy. So so depending on your system and how good the computer runs, it just may not either be too slow to load.
Scandinavian 70 Golf, heading 245.
Heading 245, Scandinavian 70 Golf.
But yeah, I've seen it as well, pilot Airline. Sometimes.
Speedbird 327 X-ray, turn left, heading 300, when established localizer, 27 right, descend glide path.
300, when established.
So now I'm going to slow down the descent rate, slowing down speed.
Speedbird 40 Delta, turn left, heading 350.
Left heading 350, Speedbird 40 Delta. So again, we're trying to optimize the descent so that we don't do a level off. Here comes speed managed.
Scandinavian 70 Golf, 37 miles, 27 right, descend altitude 4,000 feet, QNH 1022.
4,000 feet, QNH 1022, Scandinavian 70 Golf.
India, Romeo identified, checked.
Speedbird 5, Crescent Speedbird 40 Delta, descend altitude 3,000 feet.
Descend 3,000 feet, Speedbird 40 Delta. Right, so now we can do a lovely
Speedbird
descent.
327 X-ray, speed 16 knots or greater to 40 me.
And we go flaps 1,
Speedbird 327 X-ray, contact Heathrow Tower, 118.5, good day.
118.5, fine.
Speedbird 40 Delta, turn left, heading 300, when established localizer, 27 right, descend glide path.
Heading 300, when established on localizer, 27 right, descend with the glide path, Speedbird 40 Delta. So just to go lock blue here. Let me just see if I can get the overlay working. Oh, it doesn't recognize the stick. Why not? That's a shame. All right. Don't know why it doesn't show the stick cam there. So, lock blue again. We've got the light slope and the localizer indicating. Just going to try to match the descent rate here. Thank you much. Do I have enhanced lighting? No, not really, no. I don't think so. Right, should be Hannah.
Hello, that's the cabin secure for landing.
Thank you much. See you later. Right, lock start.
Heathrow Director, good evening.
So establish localizer, descend with the glide path. So we've got glide slope star, lock star, category dual, autopilot 1+2, here comes flaps 2.
Speed 270.
Speed is checked, flaps
Speedbird
2.
859 Papa, Heathrow Director, turn left heading 240, descend altitude 4,000 feet, QNH 1022, 32 miles, 27 right.
Say again, altitude please.
Speedbird 859 Papa, descend altitude
So
4,000 feet,
18.5
QNH
should be tower.
1022.
4,000, QNH 1022, 859 Papa.
Speedbird 859 Papa and the rest heading 240.
And missed approach should be 3,000 set.
Speedbird 40 Delta, speed 160 knots to 40 meters.
160 to 4, speedbird 40 Delta.
2,000.
Right, so gear down.
Scandinavian 72 Golf. When established, localizer, runway
Speed
27
selected.
right, descend glide path, speed
160,
220
I've got
knots,
manual
or
flight,
greater.
manual thrust.
27 right,
Scandinavian 72 Golf, affirm.
Oh, yeah, I did, yeah. Sorry. Auto thrust in, of course. So we've got speed, yeah, British Airways. Yeah, you're right there. Thanks, MCK. Of course.
Scandinavian 72 Golf, freeze back.
When established localizer 27 right.
So until forward ME, so I do that in config 3, so flaps 3, speed check, flaps 3.
Scandinavian 72 Golf, speed 220 knots or greater.
220 knots or greater, Scandinavian 72 Golf.
Speedbird 40 Delta, contact Heathrow Tower, 118.5, correct.
18.5, thanks a lot, speedbird 40 Delta. Heathrow Tower, good evening, speedbird 40 Delta, 27 right.
Speed 40 Delta, hello, continue approach 27 right.
Continue, speedbird 40 Delta. Right, getting slightly high, let's correct that. And 4 miles, speed going now managed, and flaps full.
Windmill 78, text Romeo, thank you, two, bye-bye. See that 6 Delta Papa, contact number.
Yeah, it is out of sequence for some reason. Right, speed.
Bye-bye.
134, 125, see that 6 Delta Papa, bye.
That's why I hate doing the...
13 Golf, Fire November Bravo 2 Whiskey.
That's why I hate doing the...
Fire November Bravo 2 Whiskey, line up runway 27 left.
The flaps 3 here, A319, you would not get established in time.
First right onto Alpha.
So config 3 just did not have enough drag to slow down quickly enough from 160 to 4. So I do advise you guys using...
Speedbird 327 X-ray first right onto Alpha.
A config full approach to A319, especially in Heathrow. Man, it's so weird to have auto thrust in.
Speedbird 13 Golf from November Bravo 2 Whiskey, clear takeoff 27 left, surface wind calm.
Hey, from November Bravo 2 Whiskey, clear takeoff 27 left.
Speedbird 327 X-ray, taxi by Alpha stand 513.
So it's clear. Come on,
Alpha 513, speed 327 X-ray.
Speedbird 42 Delta, cleared land 27 right, service wind calm.
Cleared land 27 right, speedbird 40 Delta. Right, cleared land. Landing checklist, economic landing no blue. Got everything done. Here we go.
100 above.
Slightly high correcting.
Minimum.
Continue.
100. 50. 30. 20. Retard.
It's so weird. Right, we got spoilers. Reverse, green, idle reverse. Actually not. Anti-cell. Manual brakes.
Speedbird 50 Golf, hold November Bravo 2 Whiskey.
I just can't. That is so weird to have the auto thrust.
Speedbird 50 Golf.
I was like
Speedbird
wondering.
50 Golf, hold November Bravo 2 Whiskey.
When should I actually?
Bravo 2 Whiskey, Speedbird 50 Golf.
When should I switch the auto thrust off? It's weird. I don't like it.
Speed 40 Delta, right Alpha, stand 508.
Right Alpha, stand 508. Thank you, Speedbird 5. Correction, 40 Delta.
Welcome.
Right, so.
United 25 heavy for taxi.
United
Alpha
25,
first
right
one to the
Bravo,
right. Yeah,
hold
cool.
Nevis.
Right turn Bravo, hold at Nevis, United 25.
Which aviation headset would you recommend? The ones that I've tested and the ones that I can compare are Sennheisers and Bose.
Tower Speedbird 920 X-ray, stand 311 ready for
And I would definitely recommend
Speedbird
Bose.
920 X-ray 311, push
They just
Push
seem to
approved,
be.
Speedbird
I
920
would assume for general aviation as well, right? So. What would you say to FO if you used Well, no, because that would be completely non-standard MCK against our company procedures. So I've never witnessed that. So I don't know why anybody would would try that. Bose A320. Yeah, our company does switch to Bose as well in the coming weeks and months. So. Right, I'm just looking at 508. It's right at the top there. Okay, so Terminal 5, pretty much at the top. GA currently hoping to move on to the A220.
Heathrow Tower, good evening, Speedbird.
Are you guys allowed to use your own headsets?
Speedbird 859 Papa Bravo, number 2, continue approach.
And Aviation G.
Number 2, 859 Papa.
Speedbird 50, disregard. Speedbird 13 Golf, Squadron Charlie.
Apologies, Squadron Charlie. Golf.
Speedbird 50 Golf, I November Bravo 2 Whiskey, line up 27 left.
I November
no
Bravo
MCK, we're getting the Bose.
Line up 27 left, Speedbird 50 Golf.
Speedbird 13 Golf, contact London, now 120.025, goodbye.
12025 for Golf, what?
120.025.
Man, sorry about that. 120.025 for
So
Golf.
passing 58, it will be Alpha.
Speedbird 323 Victor blocked in Singapore service by.
0323 Victor, roger, thanks, bye.
Wow, look at all the
Speedbird
aircraft.
50 Golf, clear takeoff 27 left, service wind calm.
So we'll take the next
27 left, clear for
left.
takeoff, Speedbird 50 Golf.
So Mark,
United 25,
I think
taxi
you
Bravo,
had a
link
question
29,
regarding
hold November Bravo 2 Whiskey.
Hey, Bravo link 29 and hold November
maybe
Bravo
some people are
2
wondering
United
about the
25.
160 to 4. There isn't really a big issue with, let's say, 320 normal weight or even a 321 normal weight. The only issues I usually see trying to reduce the speed to final is the 319 and the Neos. Neos, especially if they're light as well. That's a Neo there.
327 X-ray on top. For ATC, good night.
Is that 508?
327 X-ray, thank
No,
you.
that's
Bye-bye.
5. Oh, that's the only. Cool. That's the only free one.
Scandinavian 72 Golf, locate left, straight ahead on Echo, hold Echo 1.
To the left, straight ahead on Echo, hold Echo 1. Scandinavian 72 Golf.
United 25, I November Bravo 2 Whiskey, line up runway 27 left.
9 November Bravo 2 Whiskey, line up 27 left, United 25 heavy.
Speedbird 859 Papa, clear to land 27 right, wind calm.
I don't know what.
27 right, clear to land, 859 Papa.
Tower, good evening. Shamrock 330 with you, ILS 27 right.
Shamrock 330, hello, number 2, continue approach.
Continue approach, Shamrock 330.
Scandinavian 72 Golf, expect stand 3,
Gate
correction,
line 7,
223.
okay.
610 223, Scandinavian 72 Golf.
Speedbird 50 Golf, contact London Control 120.025, bye-bye.
120.025, speedbird 50 golf, thanks.
The boarding requested.
Scandinavian 72 Golf, left Bravo, stand 223.
Left Bravo to stand 223, Scandinavian 71.
Cuban 859 Papa, second right onto Bravo.
Second right Bravo, 859 Papa.
United 25, clear for takeoff 27 left, wind calm.
Clear for takeoff 27 left, United 25 heavy.
Shamrock 330, clear to land 27 right, wind calm.
Clear to land 27 right, Shamrock 330.
Oh yeah, thanks, MCK. Good, so our flying checklist was completed. The parking checklist, we have park brake or shocks. Let's have a look. Shocks are in place, so parking brake is off. Engines are off.
Passengers deboarding starting.
Wing lights, I'm going to put that on. I didn't. Wing lights off. And fuel pumps are off. And that's the parker checklist completed. Good night to Fly Lilo. Take care. Yeah, well, probably was a mistake. Right, lol. Now I have to say, man, while the night lighting in P3D is bad, blimey.
American 25, contact landing control 120.525, goodbye.
20525, United 25 heavy.
That would have looked so much better. Let me just go to daytime.
2859 Papa, left onto Foxtrot, hold at Foxtrot 1, you can expect stand 303 right.
Left Foxtrot 1, I was expecting Terminal 5.
I believe Prague is a T3 stand. If you'd prefer T5, that's fine.
No, that's fine. 331, no problem.
Shamrock 330, straight ahead on Echo, hold Echo 1, you can expect stand 221
yeah,
right.
mathematics, I want to do another flight.
Straight ahead, hold Echo, and expecting 221 right. Shamrock 330.
Echo to hold at Echo 1.
So sorry, Echo 1. Oh yeah, continue. Echo 1, hold with. Shamrock 330.
The Tower United 25, confirm that's 120.525.
120.025.
20025, United 25 heavy.
Cupid 920, stand 311, ready for taxi.
0920, give way to Scandinavian A320, then left Bravo, hold at Lockheed.
Okay, give way to the Scandinavian, left Bravo, hold at Lockheed.
Right, so yeah, daytime,
Tower,
it looks alright. Nighttime, no.
225 Golf Paparello, clear to land 27 right, wind calm.
Clear to land 27 right, 225 Golf Golf, thanks.
Tower Shamrock 1 Echo.
Shamrock 1 Echo, Tower Low, number 2, continue approach.
Number 2, continue your approach.
So, what I would like to do is, I would like to do some abnormals. And then maybe I can integrate you guys as well. So I'll do one scenario first.
Bye, thank you for...
So let me just restart P3 completely. Yeah, so MCK, thanks for the inputs. Did you gonna fly now, or because you did say you're flying from Paris to London as well, or were you already flying? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah, you did mention that. So, too hot to fly. Roger that. But hang on, did you answer why it's so hot in your room? Is your heating broken or something? You don't need an RTX 4090 to be hot. My room temperature right now is 25. Okay, so we're going to go and use the FSLabs. Let's use it with a sharklet version, shall we? Greetings to India. So Maraf and Flesh Hello. Yeah, the only plane really that's good with shared cockpit is, isn't it the Mad Dog? I think the Mad Dog professional version has shared cockpit, and the quality, not quality, Q400 from Majestics. Yeah. MAN, thank you so much. MAN, did you fly along? I didn't quite hear you then on stream, on the frequency. Let's do that. Yeah, we're not going to go through the full startup procedures again. So let me put that to daytime. Let's do this way. Actually, 13 UTC time. There we go. So let's see. Setup. Well, let me see if I can get my command. It should also be under the window, I think. And I've got the MFG crosswinds. So MAN, good night to you. MCK right, so windows are south facing and the sun has been beating. Okay. Lol. No, so Krishu, I'm on single PC setup now. So I'm on a single piece of setup. Let me get rid of that. So I am using the FSI panel as well here in P3D. Because this is a really, really cool app. We've seen it in MSFS. I've been using that there, but I've used this as well here in P3D. So what we can do, let's set some weather. Let's do Cat 1 weather, shall we? So we'll put few clouds, scatter clouds, broken clouds. Let's do overcast at 500 feet. QNH is going to be 1022. We could do the visibility. We'll do 1,000 meters, and the wind. Normally we have a bit of tailwind, so let's put 170 at 0.5, and then we'll send the weather. There we go. And here in P3D, I really like the way the weather simulated. So that is a lot more accurate compared to other add-ons or sim stuff. Right, let's do Lima India Mike Lima. We are in Milano Linate, runway 36 for takeoff. And let's pretend we are Eurowings flight to, I don't know, let's say, let's go to Stuttgart, let's say. So just some flight there, Nuremberg as the alternate, and we're doing Eurowings 711. We're not on VATSIM, so again, doing abnormal training, cruising, let's do 300. And for our weights, let's do fuel, let's put 5.4. And the payload, let's put this at so 62. Yeah, that's fine. So that's good. We're departing 3.6, and normally, let's see what we would have. Let's do the Saronno departure, and it will probably be an Abesi transition there. I don't know why it doesn't save the sign-in. I don't know what it is, so it's still bugged in some sense. And I can't sign in here, why not? Yeah, the cache is active, so I don't know why it's not saving it. Sorry, no, that's the wrong. Hey, Hilo, that's the wrong command. So we are doing some abnormal training stuff. I will insert a failure, and you guys are going to be helping me out, trying to find a nice solution on what we should do. There we go. So, let's do search, ML, charts, SIDS. So it's going to be some Saronno departure. Not this one. So it should be 9 Delta then. Let's do 9 Delta with a. Oh, these are new transitions. So they have made some new departure routes. Is it nested transitions? Eltana. So this one. Oh, hang on. No, it's not. No, disregard. No, it is. So we do go to the. Yeah, let's do APSIM 6 Alpha. Disregard. So we're going to do APSIM 6 Alpha. And then lock that transition. Arrival, let's put 27, and we would be coming in from there to 5. Right, we're not going to fly to Stuttgart, right? So we're going to have a failure of some sort. and then we'll see what we can do. Cool. No. Right, so max, let's do that, and that. We'll do a flaps 2 departure. Oh, hang on. FSLabs PC, access assignment, A320, okay. So we'll do flaps 2, and that. Let's put some lights on here. There we go. I tried turning off and on again. Yeah, normally that does work, right? So initially, normally we get to climb clearance. I think it's about 5,000 here. Okay, so departing 36 in Linate on the Absent 6 Alpha departure, climbing 5,000. The sector is fairly high in the north, 10,100, but contour layers would mean 3,000 safe initially. Yeah, 3,000 to south. So 3,000 would be safe as long as we stay, let's say, within 10 miles, 15 miles of Linate. VOR, put that in here as well. RATNAV, Linate. And the engine out procedure would normally be hang on. Let's get our airport charts. So it would be a special procedure for sure. That's so weird. Why can't I type that? All right. Let me just find that here on my second monitor. So NADP 1, it says. So that's going to be 1860. And 3360. So, well, we got to do a procedure, something, you know, a failure which can happen on a typical day, if you like. Engine out is 1900. The procedure will be, oops, engine out. It's going to be radial 355 until 2 miles Linate, and then it's a right turn to Trezzo, Tango Zulu Oscar. Right, so let's do a quick performance calculation. So that's going to be full length 36. Let's do 5 knots tailwind. So that was, oops, that temperature, I think it's temperature right now, 13. So, and the QNH is 1022, dry runway, 62 tons, we'll do aircon off, 36, calculate that. Config 3 now. All right, let's do config 2. Calculate that again. Good, so that's the values we're going to take. Config 2 down 0.3, speeds are inserted. That is all set. We're all good to go. That's all done. And then let me just put in one more thing here. That's set. That's all done. Good. Good, good, good. And then I'm going to use my app to insert a failure. Now, you're not going to see what it is, obviously. So let's try. Right, everything's set. So any questions? Let's put that to 1022 here. Yeah, exactly. Imagine that was possible, the Krishu. Pilot incapacitation, you can take over with commands here in the chat. That would be cool. Alright, so it's not going to be too complicated, but you'll see it's something which obviously takes a bit of work and some decision-making process. And also, this would be workload management, priority. Yes, getting your priorities right. Hey Sector, Servus, guten Abend. Alright, let's see how it goes. So parking brake off. Takeoff. Manflex 68, SAS runway, auto thrust blue, thrust set. And that's what I meant with the acceleration error there. So we got good acceleration, right? 100 knots. V1, rotate. Pause back, gear up. Nav. Autopilot 1. Thrust climb, SRS climb blue, auto thrust. So waiting for the acceleration now. Up climb. Okay, let's go manage climb here. Climb out blue. Flaps 1. Speeds check. Flaps 1. Right, continue climb, flight level 120. We'll do that, 12,000. Here's 4,000 above, that's fantastic, all good. And flaps 0, speed checked, flap 0. Oh, master caution. Flight controls, flaps locked, wingtip brake on. Right, let's select the speed here. Let's go green dot, because the slats are retracting, so it's the flaps locked. There we go. Right, guys, what do you think you're going to do? Hey, Kipman, once again, thank you so much for the 20 euros, and have a great weekend. I hope you enjoyed the flight to London. So, we're buff sector. We're proceeding to the southeast. So I'm going to request a level of 80. So flight 80 is approved. So pan, Eurowings 711. Got a flight control issue. Request a level of 80. Alt star. And so, what will be your next action, guys? And remember, it's aviate, navigate, communicate. So we made sure that we... Yeah, but before Alpha, before even getting the procedure out, my concern would be terrain. And I don't like... I mean, it looks alright on this track, but I know that we're going to be better off going to the south. So I would go request a heading of, let's say, somewhere in between, 150... 180. So speed is good. We've got altitude, so go heading 150. We declared pan. So aviate, navigate, communicate. Aircraft is in normal law, stable 80 above the sector altitude, and we've talked to ATC. Holding would be a good thing as well, if you're quick enough. So I'll take up that suggestion. There would be a holding at 2 costs. So let's do that. So let's request a holding, just so that ATC is relieved as well. So what's it? 2 costs? It doesn't have it? Oh, hang on. Disregard. Let's see. So, 2 costs. There we go. So 2 costs and holding. So it's going to be 283 inbound. Inbound. Insert. Right, yeah. So we were a bit late for that. So let's try that. NAF. Let's see if it does the entry correct. Good. So, there we go. We got NAF. It's trying to do the intercept. We'll monitor that. So we are in a holding for now. Fuel state is good. 4.8 tons. And now we're going to do ECAM actions. So there's not many actions to do. It just says flight control, flaps locked, wingtip brake on. So what does wingtip brake on mean? Does anybody remember? What does wingtip brake on mean? I'm going to do that again. Hold 283. Right. Don't know. Yeah, no, it's not a bug hazard. It was just too close to that fix to the flight holding. So yeah, I guess it's a bug in some way. Good. So before we make any decisions right now regarding return, there's no time issue. We've got good airports around us. But there are some things to organize, and obviously the flaps locked is an issue. So wingtip brake on means there was either an overspeed in the flaps movement, or there's an asymmetry, or a different fault in the motor. So wingtip brake on means that it's a mechanical lock of the flap movement, And that can't be undone in flight. So whenever you read that, wingtip brake on, that's it. You are not able to do anything about that. So the flaps are locked and there's nothing you can do in flight. Only maintenance on the ground can repair that and get that wingtip brake reset. So for us, that's a clear case. Right, so max speed is 215. So the maximum speed is 215 because we have the flaps out. And the minimum speed right now would be S speed or green dot. So for us right now, because we have the slats at 0 as well, so green dot is our minimum speed. Maximum 215. So that's why we select speed at 204 right now. Exactly there, Clegg. That's another limitation. Yeah, we'll get to that in a minute. And that's it. So clear flight controls. Clear. Status. Stop ECAM. So is there anything we can do to improve the situation right now? So normally we would think about reset or anything that may help. Is there anything you would see? So, I mean, you can check the circuit breakers. There's nothing really there. So, how about expanded procedure? So, if I go into the QRH and check my expanded procedure, flight control flaps fault or flaps locked. If flaps are locked, wingtip brake on or alignment fault. Well, wingtip brake was on. Max speed 215, as we said. And it says if flaps are not locked, then we would do a flap lever recycle. Why is that? Well, that is to activate the other slat computer system to try to make sure that the other channel maybe would be able to move the flaps. But again, like I said, the flaps locked means they are physically locked in place. There's nothing you can do about it. Yeah, the bank will be getting better now that we're in the holding pattern, Hilo. Good. And it says if either the recycle doesn't work or if the recycle is unsuccessful, if flaps are extended, fuel consumption increased, and the FMS predictions are unreliable. Obvious. And so if unsuccessful, refer to the QRH landing with slats or flaps jammed. Note says the autopilot may be used down to 500 feet AGL. As it's not tuned for abnormal configurations, its behavior can be less than optimum and must be monitored. So we have a first restriction there. Autopilot may be used only down to 500 feet AGL. And that's all we see from the expanded procedure there. So that's nothing really that helps us, apart from the fact that it tells us that we shall use a different checklist. Let me just see if I find it here. Hold on. So landing with flaps or slats jammed. I have a checklist there for that. Okay, good. Before we go into the procedure, obviously, we continue with the status. So read status. Abnormal procedure, approach procedure. For landing, use flap 3. And so, yes, Krishu. So exactly like the display says here, the flaps will not move anymore. So they're stuck at 1. While the slats can be used config 3, config 4. So the slats will move. So that's why it says for landing, use flaps 3. And we will put the flap lever to 3 later on. So we're going to put the config 3 in here. And then on the overhead panel, use landing flap 3 as well. So that's the first thing we're doing. And then GPWS flap mode off. Overhead panel, GPWS flap mode off. Approach speed, VREF plus 15 knots. Now, I guess you here in the sim will have to use the approach speed from the MCDU. Now we normally, so we're not. It doesn't mean that we're landing at Linate. I'm just trying to get the failure. So system failure, flight control. Right. So, oh, there we go. Flight control. It says flaps fault. Flaps fault. Flaps smaller one or equal one. So it's going to be. It's not in between equal or 1 or 2. It's difficult to say exactly where they are stuck at, but from the indication, I would say they are at 1. And so equal 1 or between 1 and 2. So let's select this one there. There we go. So normally when we do that, we get a approach speed, including the additionals. So I'm not sure if that actually works here in the FSLabs. Config 3, reverser, anti-noise. Yeah, this probably doesn't work. Okay, so anyways, we'll do that later. I'll do that with my real-world EFB when we get to that. So approach speed VREF plus 15. So I'm going to put in 147 in here already, but we'll check that again in a minute. And then landing distance procedure apply, obviously, because we are going to be landing at a higher speed with less drag. So we need to do a landing distance procedure. And that's going to be when we do our fact-finding and decision-making model. Then we've got in-up system, flaps, and that's it. So remove status, removed, and that's the connections completed. So now we're already getting into that fact-finding stage. And so for that, we need a couple of things. So we already have an info from De Klenk who said the max flight level is 200. Absolutely correct. So if flaps or slats are not 0, we have to limit our max flight level to 200. So could we fly over the Alps with that? Would that be possible?
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box Twitch channel subscriber experience. Could new subscribers please make your way to the first class cabin, where complimentary drinks, snacks and premium flight entertainment will be served. Thank you.
Let's have a look. 12,000, 15,000. Right. We could. No, we could actually. We could. Let's say we're flying 18,000 feet. We can cross the Alps with that failure. So theoretically, if all the options down here, let's say we have everything here in Cat 3 conditions, fog, we could theoretically cross the Alps to land, you know, Munich or Zurich or Stuttgart. Maybe not Stuttgart because the fuel will not be enough. But yeah, theoretically we could. Big thank you to the Brain Compiler. Thanks for 26 months. Thank you, my friend. I hope you're doing well. So let me just work out the actual landing distance with the failure. So I'm going to put abnormals flight control. Flaps again, so flaps somewhere between 1 and 2, and landing weight is about 61 tons. Got some tailwind in there. Let's put elevation 2,000 feet. So calculate that. How would we determine the fuel consumption? Well, I mean, with that failure, so the flaps at 1, the increase of drag isn't actually that much, as you can see. So flying at green dot, or let's say 210 indicated, the fuel consumption is not that big. However, the flight time would be a lot longer, right? So let's try and see and work out how much flight time Zurich would take. That's 130 miles, and depending on ground speed, you can see it'll take us about, well, not quite an hour, but let's say 45 minutes, 45 minutes. So with that fuel flow of 2,500 kilograms, we could say it's about 2,200 for the climb. So we would reach Zurich with 2 tons of fuel. Again, that's really crude kind of, calculation there. But that gives you some idea of our range of possibilities. However, 2 tons is less than an hour remaining flight time. So I'll be very careful selecting an airport where you get into that range of 2,000 kilograms. Because the approach will take a bit more time with preparations and so on, and it's going to be an unusual approach with unusual attitudes, unusual behavior of the aircraft, and so the go around is more likely than when you have normal configuration. So these things you need to take into account. Anyways, we've got a landing calculation done. So config 3 is mandatory, and the V approach is 146 according to my book. But that says the VLS will be 131. Now the thing is, what you normally do is you would select config 4, take that VLS, add 15 knots, and then put config 3. So for the approach, we'll take 146, and the landing distance required with max manual braking would be 1,400 meters, and factored, so 15% on top of that is 1,634 meters. So we can note down landing distance required 1,634 meters as a config 3 landing. So that's the first fact we found out. A little bit higher approach speed, but landing distance is still okay. Right, 1,600 meters factored. And if all things fail, I mean, if we can't find an airport that meets that limitation, we can actually, in case of an emergency, we can actually go down to the normal in-flight landing distance. In this case, about 1,400 meters. So that's the first fact. What about approach capability, guys? What's our max landing capability at the moment? Cat 1, Cat 2, or Cat 3? Slam. Ah, Krishu, well done. Now, I would say normally you would be on the right path. But remember, Cat 2, you can fly Cat 2 if you really need it, you could fly Cat 2 manual. So, in theory, yeah, you can actually do a Cat 2 manual flight. But there is a limitation. An A320 has to be landed in config 4. A321, A319, it's config 3 or config 4 with an auto land. But, and the thing is this, so again, the status doesn't say anything about the category of landing. Right, so if you're really hard pressed, however, there are some other restrictions. And so system-wise, the company, according to SOPs, you may get a other note somewhere that tells you what your maximum landing capability is. Yeah, so for us as well, with flaps not 3 or 4, we have Cat 1 minimas. So that's the second fact. So we have Cat 1 minima that we require. So we need a visibility of 550 meters and normally at least 200 feet ceiling above the ground. So what we would do now is we would try to get some weather infos from different airports. So we request the weather from Linate. We request the weather from let's say Bologna, from Malpensa, Milano Malpensa, Bergamo, Venice. Let's see how far Venice is away from here. $130 miles. That's pretty far as well. Oh, so 112 miles. So 112 miles will still need about half an hour. So we'll use about 1,200 kilograms. So we'd need that 2.8. That would be all right. So I would accept that. So I would say for myself, as a fuel limit, I want to be at the Alta airport or at the airport of landing. I want to have a remaining fuel of 2,400 kilograms. So about an hour remaining flight time. So I would kind of put my restriction on that as well. So 3 requirements: landing distance at least 1,634 meters, Cat 1, and fuel 2,400 kilograms remaining on landing. So we will find out that Malpensa is having Cat 2 approaches. Current weather at Linate is unchanged, 1 kilometer visibility. We have overcast 500 feet and wind 170 at 5. It's a little bit tailwind, but we already checked that with our calculator, so that's not an issue. So options to go to would be Linate. So back to Linate, we would have Bologna. So that's Lima, India, Papa, Quebec, if I remember correctly. That's going to be Wow, that really? Is that so far away? That surprises me now. I'll just make sure that's the right one. Oh no, that's not it. Papa Echo, sorry. Papa Echo it is. So Lima, India, Papa Echo. Yeah, that's only 93 miles. So Bologna has Cat 1 weather as well. So they've got overcast 1,000, 2 kilometers of visibility, wind calme. So we got Bologna, we got Linate, we have Bergamo available. So what would be your option, guys? Or your decision? Where would you go with this failure? Brian, no, that doesn't happen. So when you get a wingtip brake on, it's for both sides. And that is to make sure you don't get an asymmetry when you move the flaps again. So that is locked, both sides. Guys, where would you go? Yeah, Toey, thanks. So you would go back to Linate, okay. Anyone else have got a different opinion? Yeah, so we got Linate, we have Bologna, and Bologna has a runway length, I can tell you that, landing distance available in Bologna. We have a runway 2,800 meters long. Linate has an airport, a landing distance available of 2,400. Yeah, 2,400 meters available. And what else? Yeah, so Malpensa has fog. So let's say they have Cat 2 in use right now. Bologna, a little bit better weather than here. A tad better. Okay, let me ask you this then. So, is there any reasons not to go to Linate? I mean, they have, we could get other flights. We could have, it's 85 miles to Bologna. Exactly. So single runway ops obviously could be a risk, but the thing is this. So the procedure now, we're going to do a couple of things here. So the procedure will take its time. So we could do that while going, en route, or we would use the time here in the holding, prepare for the approach. Yes, exactly. So while Linate is better for passengers. It's a bit more risk because of overcast of 500. Okay, you would go to Bologna. Okay, so I tell you what we'll do, guys. So I'm going to take Khrushchev's input. So because the weather at Bologna is a little bit better, so less risky, and it's 90 miles, and we did calculate we're going to require, with that ground speed, about 20 minutes flight time, so about a ton of fuel, and we still have 1 ton remaining. So let's do that. So let's change that to Bologna. I don't have scenery for that, doesn't matter though. So no, so Dijon, the wingtip brake means that you can't move the flaps anymore. They are locked. They're physically locked in place, and there's nothing you can do about it. Okay, let's try that, just for practice. Good, so we're going to go to Bologna. Now the next question is, guys, which flight level? $90 miles? I would probably go, let's say, 150 or something. So let's go level 150, thrust climb, open climb, out blue 150. Good. Then we start the procedure. I'm going to speed to 10 here. So obviously I would now give the info to my my flight attendants. I mean, they would have called us by now anyways, because they know something's not right. Right, they know we've stopped the climb, we're flying circles, so they would have called and say, "Hey, Captain, what's the matter? Something's unusual." And I would have told them already, right? We've got an issue with the flaps, so we've got to sort the problem out. I'll get back to them in 10 minutes with further infos. And then, now that we've made a decision, I'll inform the cabin crew. And while we do that, maybe, guys, what about a preparation for the cabin? Would you guys prepare the cabin like they would prepare for a abnormal landing? So brief the passengers in case of evacuation, etc., etc. Would you do that or not? Okay. Yeah, so what, okay, let me ask you this then. What are the risks of the landing? So what are the risks? I mean, the approach speed is 140 something instead of, it's 15 knots more than normal, right? Well, again, we worked out it's 146 knots. We are well below landing weight limitation. The landing could be a bit hard. Well, yeah, maybe. So for me, in this case, guys, I would announce that we have an issue with the flaps. That we will do a normal landing. So for the passengers, it will feel completely normal. And Yeah, so personally, if so look at the other side, guys. What's the risk of making an announcement and preparing the cabin for a abnormal landing? Exactly, panic. So you could say anything you like regarding, you know, it's going to be a normal landing, but just in case, we're gonna prepare the cabin for a possible evacuation. So if they go through the whole procedure, showing, you know, the escape routes, you know, all the cases, what to do when, regarding commands, then you have passengers sitting at the overwing exits here, right? They're going to be instructed as well, etc., etc. So they're going to believe that something more is happening. So they're going to be starting, you know, just questioning your opinion. So yeah, to be honest, for me, this landing does not pose any bigger risks. Right, so I would definitely not see that as a risky landing. Oh, I'm just sending the weather here. Okay. Right. Okay. So we decided not to prepare for an abnormal landing. It's going to be a normal landing. Guys, what's your opinion about the pitch attitudes on landing? So what do you think about the pitch? Is it going to be higher or lower than normal? Good question, right? A tad higher. Yeah, hey guys, you guys are good. GG. Yeah, I would expect that as well. So especially the flaps. So when you think about, let's say the 737, for example, we fly manually. Right? So when you put the flaps out 30, 40 degrees, you have to trim nose up, right? Because the tendency would be to nose to drop. Yeah, so less lift at the aft section. Yeah, so I would expect as well a little bit higher than normal pitch. So maybe 5 degrees, 6 degrees, somewhere in that region. Does that pose a tail strike risk? Not really. We're talking about 10 degrees or more for tail strike risk to be okay. So no, I don't see an issue with that either. So we're going to prepare for an ILS approach 1-2 actually. So we're going to take the Zulu 1-2. We're going to take the Barmek arrival. We're going to go direct to Barmek here initially. Although, yeah, we'll see. We'll see if we can expedite that a bit. So we've got 67 miles to go. Let's do the QRH landing with slats or flaps jammed. Start procedure. It says landing distance procedure apply. We've done that. So we would recalculate now with Bologna, with the weather and the runway, etc., etc. So same thing, 1600 meters is the required field length limit. So with the 15% additional. So determine the flap lever position for landing. Well, we did that, flaps 3. Now, for the approach, repeat the following until landing configuration is reached. Speed select VFE next -5. What does that mean? So for example, for VFA 2, it's 200 knots. So we put the speed selector to 195. Right, and then at VFE next, select the flaps level 1 step down. And that's how we continue that until the landing configuration is reached. It says overspeed alert and VLS displayed on the plan flat display are computed according to the actual flaps slat position. So while the VFEs are actually just simply displayed by moving the flap lever, the VLS band and any overspeed alert are actually calculated according to the actual flaps position. And that includes slats and flaps positions intermediate of the normal positions. So that's quite a very clever system. So the VFE and VFE next are displayed on the PFD according to the flaps lever position. In some cases, the recommended speed for go-around requested by the procedure might be slightly above VFE displayed on the prime flat display, as the VFE is linked to the flap lever position. However, the overspeed warning will not be triggered as it takes into account the actual flap and slap position. In any case, if the VLS is greater than the VFE next, in case of overweight landing case, the flap lever can be set in the required next position while the speed is reduced to follow VLS reduction as surfaces extend. So you have to manipulate the selected speed and then go according to that VLS band. But that's not going to be the case today. We have no issue with the weight. So, and then it says when in landing config and on final approach, decelerate to the calculated V approach. In our case, 146 knots. Which we've already set, config 3. And then autopilot below 500 feet do not use. So that's something we have to remember. 500 feet EGLL, that's the latest where we have to switch off the autopilot. Now, for the go-around, that's very important. The maximum speed, so we're going to have a slat position 2 and flaps between 1 and 2. So that's 200 knots limit speed for the go-around, according to the chart that I'm using. So 2 knots is the maximum speed for the go-around. So for flaps fault, so if we maintain the circuit, so if we stay at Bologna and do a circuit, then we maintain the slats to flaps configuration, and the recommended speed would be max minus 10 knots. So let me rephrase that. So in case of a go-around and we plan to stay in the circuit at Bologna and do another approach, it says maintain the slats and flaps configuration, so we don't move them. And the max speed is going to be 190 knots. And that's it. Right, so would you request the emergency start descent here? So let's go down 80. Currently we are 50 miles, so that's pretty good for the direct in. So thrust idle, up descent, out blue, 80. Would you request emergency trucks from the airport? Yeah, I think so, Dijon. Most airports would already have emergency trucks ready. So the thing is this, at least in Germany, I know that if you declare PAN, they will activate the fire trucks and emergency vehicles. They will do that automatically, and you can't say, no, I don't need it. So the only thing you could do is to say, so we're taking back the emergency call, and so no longer under emergency. But you have to be careful when doing that, right? Hey Bruno, how you doing? Nice to see you. Good. So, one more thing I would do is I would make myself a little piece of paper, and what I would do is write down the specials. So for the approach, for example, I know it's Cat 1. I would request a long final, which we are going to do now. Just go ahead and descend a bit quicker. The approach speeds are going to be a bit higher, and the flaps are in up. So the procedure would be flaps 1, flaps 2, gear down, and flaps 3, and then do the landing checklist. Now, 500 feet AGL latest, autopilot off. And then in case of go around, it would be go around, but no flaps call out. And then we call out the modes. Positive climb, gear up, but we leave the slats and flaps as they are. And then just do a pattern, and let's say we do a pattern in 3,000 feet to the north. So that would be safe there. Right, I'm going to prepare for the Isla Zulu. Minimum is 330 feet. Cat 1 minimum. Latest weather report says visibility is 1,000 meters, overcast 1,000 feet, QNH 1022, 13 degrees, and the wind is at 240 at 7. So a little bit tailwind, but that is taken into account. So procedure-wise, we're going to take ourselves a bit more time, although the slats will move normally, so they're at normal speed. Is there anything else we could do, guys, with regards to ATC? Because, for example, I would say, how about getting ATC to make sure we have a assured landing? So let's say, you know, I want to make sure that I have no aircraft ahead of me, so that the runway won't be blocked. So that's something you could do. So request priority, and right now 30 miles inbound, I would say just make sure that we are number 1 to land. Mighty Morph asked in real life, can you see the recent failures of what the aircraft when you first start up? Yeah, you can. What you can do is you can get into a history from the maintenance log. And I know that some pilots do that. I normally just look back a couple of pages in the TLB and see if there was any issues there. Star. Let's continue to send. We're going down 4,000 feet. QNH 1022. So set QNH. Cross-checked 1022. And passing 8,300. So approach checklist. We have Barrow Ref. QNH 1022. Seatbelts on. Minimum Barrow 330 feet, auto brake. Oh yeah, auto brake. Let's do medium initially, and then we'll do max manual braking later on if necessary. Then, and engine mode selector is normal, and that's the approach checklist completed. Status goes away. So we're still a bit out, so it's 26 miles. I wouldn't extend the flaps that early, so just continue down to 4,000. Brian, not necessarily. Not necessarily. I mean, not this far out. Airports have a... Well, I mean, they have, you know, the responsibility for all flights. So it's not really typical for the airport to close the runway at a very early stage, unless, of course, it's such a big abnormal. So let's say you've got a 747 coming in with a hydraulic issue. Then maybe they would send the aircraft into holding a bit earlier. But otherwise... You know, ATC knows about the failures themselves, so if they know that you have a flaps problem, they know what to do. If it's electric problem or hydraulic problem, they would know what the appropriate procedure would be to do. So looking at the fuel, 3 tons. So the rule of thumb that we use is working pretty well. So I'm thinking we're going to be at the threshold with about 2.8, 2.7 tons. So that's a tad more than an hour flight time. So that's you know, what I set myself as a criteria for the runway selection or the airport selection. Speed out start. So we've got the ILS identified, India Bravo, Lima November, correct. Embark course is 113, is checked correctly as well. So the tower now says runway is clear. Activate the approach phase, and we're going to do that selected. So we're going to put flaps 1, speed is checked. Flaps 1, status, recheck, nothing new, remove status. The Flores, sorry for the, that's wrong. So we're just doing the FSLabs. Right, cleared for the approach. Flat stop blue, lock blue, cat 3 dual, autopilot 1+2. So descend 3000 and then continue with the ILS. Flaps 2, speed is checked. Flaps 2. So we have vertical speed, out blue, glide slope blue, lock blue. Hey Tavers, how's your new setup? Did you get your main board and the Ryzen installed? Lockstar. And flaps 3. Speed check, flaps 3. So guys, as you can see, let's do the approach speed managed. You can see that the speed reduction, oh sorry, we're supposed to put the gear down as well. Config 2, gear down, and config 3. So you can see that there's less drag on the aircraft, and that's why you're supposed to configure a little bit earlier. So just take out the, you know, the pressure of coming in too fast and then not being able to reduce the speed in time. Ah, okay, I see. It's all, but you haven't had time to test it. I would be Tavas. I would be very interested in hearing your report on how much improvement you get, especially in Microsoft Flight Sim. Outstar. So that's what it looks like on the outside. So you have the slats config 3 and the flaps still config 1. And as mentioned before, and you guys got it correct, so the pitch is actually a lot higher than normal. Look at that. So we got flaps at 1, slats at 3. Look at the pitch values. So just correcting now to regain the altitude, but it's about 7 degrees right now. Yeah, the autopilot is struggling, yeah. It's kind of weird. Good, so now we would have made an approach briefing as well. Obviously, normal approach briefing, descend Case missed approach, proceeding, runway heading 500 feet, but not before 1 mile, Bologna. Left turn max 200 knots, that's fine with us. And intercept radial 045 outbound until 14 dB. So initially we will do that, we'll climb 4,000, but we would request radar vectors for a pattern, a radar vector pattern to get back into the ILS there, not waste too much fuel. Otherwise, we can leave the runway. We've got the glide slope now. Missed approach 4,000 is now set. Otherwise, we can...
2,500.
It's checked. We can leave the runway normally to the right. Vacate. Nice, so look at that. At the moment, it actually is 7 degrees pitch. Hey Vesa, good evening. Yeah, greetings to Finland. I met up with Nikotiv today. He lives in Finland as well. So I met him here in Bremen because he's on a convention there.
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box Twitch channel subscriber
So the
experience. Could new subscribers
regarding
please make your way to the first class cabin, where
autopilot
complimentary
not
drinks,
being able
snacks,
to
and
fly
premium
this
flight
properly
entertainment will be
is actually
served.
pretty true, isn't it?
Thank you.
So let's fly this manually. Manual thrust, manual fly. Let's see if we do that a bit better. Landing checklist. ECAM memo. Landing. No blue. Landing check was completed. So... And this is the thing, guys. This is just so weird now. We have to try to find a good pitch and power value and trying to stabilize the aircraft. No, that was me. I switched off the autopilot, but yeah, it's a bit strange how the autopilot reacted. So, trying to get the speed back, and you can see it takes a lot less power and about 5 degree pitch. So I'm trying to find a sweet spot now regarding pitch and power, and then try to fly accordingly. So around 5 degrees seems good. And a power... 1,000. 1,000 is checked. About 6 degrees now. Ground speed is 154, so about, let's say 800 feet per minute rate of descent. So there we go. So that seems to be a good value there. About 6 to 7 degrees pitch. Power about 45%. So that's how we'll try to fly this. Clear to land. No, we switched to the A320 for its shells. Yeah, we did the flight from Paris to London, and now we're just are trying some abnormals. Right, approach lights inside. Careful now to not chase the approach lights. Try to maintain that pitch and power.
200 minimum.
Continue trying to be stable.
100. 50, 40, 30, 20. Retard. 5.
All right, quick touchdown. We got spoilers, reverse green. I don't know why the other reverse it doesn't go into full reverse today. There we go. Now it's going. And we got the auto brake decel, 70 knots. But there we go. That's a quite challenging approach, wasn't it? It's kind of strange because I did set the weather to 1,000 feet AGL. Did I send the weather correctly? Let me just try that again. Send the weather. Ah, okay, so maybe that didn't quite take it. But there we go. So we could go and leave the runway if we like. So what are the real challenges with that failure? So what do you guys think was the biggest challenge here with having the flaps locked at 1? High pitch on landing. So what would you say is more challenging, the procedure or the flying? Stop here. So fuel, look at that, fuel 2.8. How is that for the calculations? That's pretty good, I would say. Yeah, so for me, I don't think the procedure is very complicated. The checklist itself isn't that long, so neither the ECAM checklist or the QH procedure regarding slats or flaps jammed. You know, configuring the aircraft would only be a issue if you're overweight, but normal weight regime is not really a big challenge. You don't really have a time pressure because if it happens during the departure, you've got a lot of fuel, and you could burn off some fuel to get below max landing weight, for example. If you are in the approach already and you have to abort the approach for a flap problem, then yes, then fuel, i.e. time, would be more of an issue. So you would already, after going through the ECAM procedure, before reading status, you would already say remaining flight time is, let's say, 45 minutes. So let's make sure that we finish the procedure in the next 15 minutes, right? Because we do have a time issue. So just so that you are aware of the time issue, and you don't spend too much time on the troubleshooting and, you know, fact finding and that sort of stuff. But just like we had today after departure, time is not that much of an issue. So procedure wise, it's not that complicated. For me, flying the approach, that was really the challenge. The aircraft handles differently. It has unusual power and pitch settings. And so if you have marginal weather like this, Cat 1 condition, then yeah, flying the approach, that is going to be a lot more challenging. Yeah, again, but Yoda, that's what you said as well, right? You were of the opinion that the brake temperatures are not going to be an issue either. So, and that was correct. All right, I'm going to do one more thing, one quick thing. So let me just reset. End scenario, new scenario. No, so Toby, no, the engine, what do you mean with the engine RPM being lower? I mean, you would still use Toga power. The only thing, oh, the large, okay, that's with the longer spool up time. Yeah, but to be fair, I mean, you know, coming from 45%, I don't think it takes that much longer. So, yeah, it's a procedure thing really for the missed approach. That will be more unusual stuff. Well, so Dijon, the new EBT kind of setups mean that you don't always do, you know, certain failures every time. So, you know, there's certain topics that you go through, and then after 3-4 years, you will have covered all of the big systems like electrics, hydraulics, flaps, gear, etc., etc. So, Right, how come it still shows locked? Oh, because, hang on, let me just go to maintenance. Yeah, that's quite funny, actually, here in the FSLabs. You would have to go to options, maintenance, and it will give you flaps wingtip brake reset. So that's it. You actually have to do that. I find that quite funny. Yeah, so for the minimas, Toei, well, no, it's normal Cat 1 minimas. Yeah, almost like in real life. Brian, yeah, glad you enjoyed it. So, again, for me, I mean, I know that this is going to be one of the issues we're going to have. I don't know if it's going to be slats, flaps, or whatever. But I know it's going to be an issue with flaps, because that's one of the topics. So that's why I practice this. Let me do one more thing here. So let me try... see if I can activate that. So let me put in fuel again. Options. Fuel 5 and 6. And then we'll do payload as is, so that's fine. Departure 3.6, insert performance 2.3. Oops. We got what flex temperature we have last time? Can't remember, but we'll use that. Yeah, the rest is not so important, so there we go. And we'll do the weather now. Let's do Cat 3. So let's do a nice Cat 3 takeoff. Lovely. Yeah, so there's, for me, so Mr. Bleska, I can't select P3D, so that's why I'm using Microsoft Flight Sim. So I just want to see if I can get that failure. So let's have a look. I thought I could actually do that in here. So just programming something here. Okay, let's see if that works. Okay, cool. Yeah, Pot, once again, Pot, thank you so much for your amazing, generous donation. That was really amazing. Thank you for the $100 that you donated today. Thank you so much for your support, Pod. Much appreciated, and I hope you enjoyed the stream. Nomad Piloting, hello. Wanted to ask if you are below profile and the radar vectors, that which actions be? Do you just pull vertical speed margin and try shallow descent angle? Yeah. Yeah, of course. Yeah. So ATC normally, if they don't give you a descent value, so let's say 1,000 feet per minute, yeah, they do expect you to descend with at least 500 feet per minute. But yeah, that's what you could do then in this case. Right, so briefing remains the same. So cleared for takeoff. Let's see what happens here. So Manflex 55, SAS, runway, auto thrust blue. Thrust set. Wow, look at that low vis. 100 knots checked. V1, rotate. Oh! Pause climb, gear up. Right, nav. Oh, engine 2. Gonna put autopilot on, so that trims automatically. Select heading for runway track. It says engine 2 fire, and this is something that that has. So we've got engine 2 fail, but also engine 2 fire. So fire has higher priority. 400 feet climbing. Toga consider. Nah, right now, since we had a burst track, let's just continue with that. So 2 miles, and then we turn right. So ECAM actions, engine 2 fire, thrust lever, number 2 idle. Confirm. Number 2 is confirmed. Engine master 2 off. Confirm. Number 2 is confirmed. Off. Engine fire 2 push button. Now we got 2 miles here. Let's go right to Trezzo. So engine fire 2 push button push. Confirm. Number 2 confirmed. Push. And agent 1 after 4 seconds discharge. There we go. Discharge. So mayday, mayday, mayday. Eurowing 711. Engine failure, engine fire. In the right turn towards Trezzo. Request radar vectors. So they would say, are you able to turn right 150? Well, initially no, because we have our procedure to go to Trezzo, special procedure. Right. Still on, so agent 2 discharge. And now it's out. So 2,000 feet level off. Let's accelerate. And then we can have a look. Continue with the procedure. Engine 2 fail. If no damage, well, it's definitely damaged. It was fired. So engine 2 relat consider negative, and engine shutdown. Engine mode selector ignition. Let's put ignition. Imbalance monitor. Checked. No fuel leak. And then TCAS mode selector TA. Flaps. Oh, wait, flaps 1 should have been. Flap 0. Speed check. Flap 0. And then we're at green dot. Gonna go open climb, out blue. Speed at green dot. And then lever MCT. So thrust MCT. Yeah, these are exactly. So every company has their own engine up procedures. Okay, so let's have a look at the weather. Visibility, we're gonna have, let's do 500 meters. And let's send the weather here real quickly. Cool. Continue procedure. Then we've got imbalance monitor. We do that. Avoid icing conditions. Well, it's plus 13 degrees. No problem. Clear engine 2. Clear. Land ASAP in amber. Roger, we're going to land as quickly as we can. Air bleed. So number 2 is switched off. Number 1 is supplying pack 1. Clear bleed. ELEC. So Gen 1 is supplying AC1 and AC2. Start APU here. APU start. Clear ELEC. Hydraulic. So engine driven pump number 2 is off. PTU supplying the yellow system. So all 3 systems are working. Clear hydraulic. Right, status. Stop ECAM. So, anything we can reset? Well, we already are starting the APU. So apart from that, we don't have anything else. Cool. No, so the yellow ELEC pump, so that pump is not made for long-term usage. There's the APU. So, continue ECAM read status, avoid icing conditions, checked. If no, engine 2 damage, disregard. Cat 3 single only. So that's the only restriction we have right now. In-up systems, wing anti-ice, Cat 3 dual, engine 2 bleed is in-up, pack 2 in-up, gen 2 in-up, and the yellow engine 2 pump is in-up as well. Right, remove status, removed, ECAM actions completed. So, normally, before we depart, we already talk about the possibility of a quick return. So we already checked the weather, the Cat 3 single minimum. Anyone know the Cat 3 single minimums today? Cat 3 single. Lee, mach's gut. Ja. Gute Nacht. Bis bald. Yeah, Saturday we're doing next. No, sorry, Sunday. Sunday we have the next stream. Yeah, have a nice weekend and happy Easter. Well, so the question is, yeah, so is it Cat 3 Alpha or Bravo, guys? So if you look at your approach chart, so I'm going to show you the approach chart here, Zulu, runway, oh sorry, the Cat 2 approach chart. So there we go. So no, exactly. So you guys can see Cat 3 Alpha because it's single. So for us, the single means it's a fail passive approach now. So it's not fail operational. So if the autopilot fails, we can't continue automatically. Oh, so yeah, we need to do that. From the other, yeah, that's from the other fault that we did. Can FSLabs import data from SimBrief? Yes, it can. Yeah, so strangely enough, so this is actually the limit for the A320 as well. So that is, I mean, for us flight simmers, you can take that minimum. But there may be a system-related minimum as well. But today that's actually the same. So for us, Cat 3 single is 5,200. So I'm going to put 50 feet radio in here. Got a bit of tailwind. And so config 3. You have to put input your sim brief ID in the FSLabs control center under settings. Right, nav. And so the approach starts at 3,000 or 2,500. Let's start at 3,000, 8.5 from the ILS descending down. It's going to be a Cat 3 single approach, minimum 50 feet decision height, and we'll do a config 3 approach. We are single engine. Landing distance is fine with config 3, so we'll do that. So we're going to descend down to 3,000 feet, QNH 1022. Flaps 1, speed is checked, flaps 1. Status, check nothing new, remove status. Right, speed, vertical speed, out blue, 3,000. Okay, so any other considerations? In case of missed approach, we've got to be careful with the asymmetry. If we have to fly it manually. And it's a special engine up procedure again, 2 miles from Linate, right turn tread. So again, the acceleration is going to be 1,900 feet. And once the aircraft is cleaned up, we'll climb 4,000 again, radar vectors for another approach. Fuel is fine, 5 tons. Landing weight is 61.8. And also what we would do on takeoff, if either we are overweight or we have some challenging weather, we would already calculate the landing performance on the ground for departure. So that way we could say landing distance is already checked, it's a short, so that saves us time then in the air. Yeah, so Nomad Pilot, the only issue we have when you go open descent, it doesn't respect the restrictions that you may have on your flight plan. But if you're on the radar vectors, then you don't have any restrictions unless ATC tells you there's a restriction somewhere. So then, of course, it can use. Now, don't be confused. Even though we're planning for a Cat 3 single approach, we'll still switch on both autopilots. All right, so it just has to do with landing capability. But we still have both autopilot channels available. Glass blue, lock blue, Cat 3 single. And we'll use autopilot medium for that. Lock star, glide slope is alive. Regarding the procedure, guys, remember that round about 350 feet latest, you should see land as a combined mode. And we check the inbound course again, and I will say checked, so land checked. And then at 150 feet, we'll get the call out approaching minimums. And then 50 feet minimums. Gonna have to see the approach lights or go around. Yeah, so Paul Flies, the issue is the electric generator. So right now, Airbus didn't approve.
2,500.
Let's check. Gears coming down. Flaps 2. So it doesn't approve that configuration with the APU generator supplying AC2, and so you have a split bus system. It doesn't approve of that. So according to Airbus, even if you use the APU generator, you have one generator supplying all of the buses, and that reduces the capability with regards to the Autoland configuration. So it's more a certification issue than a technical issue. Novak, hello. Landing checklist, equipment landing, no blue. And normally would read the approach checklist as well, obviously. So bow ref, radio 50 feet set, seatbelts are on. Minimum, bow ref 1022, seatbelts are on. Minimum radio 50 feet. Auto brake medium, and engine mode selector is normal. That's the approach checklist. Actually, no, it's not. It's the ignition start because of the failure. So that's the approach checklist complete. What do you think about the C700? I don't even know what aircraft that is supposed to be. So 1,000 check was stable. What I like about doing these approaches with Cat 2 or Cat 3, or let's say Cat 3 single Autoland, single engine, is that when you do that, it gives you confidence in the systems. So it's quite impressive to see the autopilot being able to handle a single engine approach, including the yaw moment, and keeping the aircraft nice and stable. Oh, the Citation 700. Okay. I haven't tried it for a while, Paul. I have not tried it for a while, so
400. 300.
Right, there we go. Land. Let's make sure we get a visual contact.
100 above. 100.
There we go.
Minimum.
Continue.
10. Retard. 5.
So flare. Touchdown. Just use idle reverse here. Roll out. So we've got spoilers, reverse, 1 green. And decel. Just come to a stop here. Autopilot off. Brake set. So that would be attention to crew and station, attention crew and station. Because right now what would happen is that the fire brigade would obviously be at standby, and they would now approach the aircraft. And so I would wait for the fire services to check the aircraft, make sure that there is nothing leaking out and there's no more smoke or fire or anything like that. And then once they give me the go-ahead, then I would consider taxiing on to the stand somewhere, get off the runway. But initially, we would stop here. There is a possibility for air evacuation, so that's why we put attention crew and station. Now, we would analyze the situation right now. We don't have any fire indication from the cockpit. The tower won't be able to see us, obviously, so we would communicate quite often. It would be 12155. So the second set here, we put in 12155, and I can talk with the fire brigade over that frequency. And yeah, so if they say, you know, there's a fire, they would put it out, obviously. And if at any point we decide that there is a evacuation required, we just simply call up the EMA evac procedure. And it's a paper checklist that we will go through. You just want to clarify, usually Cat 3 must be flown automatically, but the situation due to the failure are landing it manually. So a Category 3 for us has to be flown automatically. The only thing we could do with Cat 2, that's the approach we can land manually. So Cat 1, Cat 2, manual landing possible, but Cat 3 has to be flown. It doesn't matter if it's a single channel or dual channel. Cat 3 is is an automatic landing. There's some aircraft that have, you know, head-up display, or, you know, they have the possibility to do a manual. I think the Canadair is also one of these aircraft that can do a Cat 3 Alpha manual landing. The longitude after the avionics update is such a nice plane with the Garmin systems. Okay, roger that. Yeah, I'll have a look at it. Cool. Right, guys. That shall be it for today. Thank you much for watching, and a big shout out to everyone that has resubscribed today, and the donations that came in today. Thank you so much, everyone, for an amazing amount of support. All right, so the schedule is as follows. So the next stream is Sunday at 1700 UTC. There will be some more abnormal training. We will be using the Phoenix, however, on Sunday. Thank you much, Captain Mitchell. That's really kind. Thank you so much. Yeah, hope to see you again soon. My dear moderators, thank you so much. Yoda, let me know if you've got time for a DCS mission soon. We'll discuss that over Discord. And then, yeah, because I do want to get back to DCS. That would be very cool. Thank you much, Paul Flies. Glad you enjoyed it. So once again, thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out with me today. And see you again on Sunday. I'm not sure. Do I have an outro here? No, I don't. So, actually, hang on, I do. And I think I can use the music. So I'll play this outro. Once again, thank you so much, everyone. And Sunshine, thanks again for all the help. Take care. Good night.
Drive.
retard.